Hello, 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 everybody. Hello, everyone. My name is Roxikat, and I love video games and artwork and VR chat and hanging out with beautiful, fun friends. Um, I have had a fantastic growth since I started streaming in April. I was able to get affiliates in only 6 streams, which is fantastic for me because it felt like the system was giving me some hope coming together and being a good freaking streamer. Everybody, I'm looking forward to growing more over time and stuff. When I turn my head like this, you might not hear me as well because my mic is right over here. So I gotta remember to do that. Blah 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 blah. What is going on with Roxy today? Roxy is in a temp chair. I'll show you what that looks like. The bottom post of my chair broke, and then I felt like it would be a fantastic idea to just put it onto a folding chair. But one of the things I noticed with that is that like there was no squishiness of the chair. There's no bounce. There's nothing holding my butt up. So my back wound up really hurting. So I took my broken chair and I reattached it backwards. So I wouldn't be sliding forward. It wants to fall backward. And it's just the weight of my legs is keeping me from falling off the chair. So heck and yeah, that's where I'm at. Beautiful dealio. So how did this week go when hanging out with me in the stream? On Monday, you saw me in VR and I look like that. It looks a little bit different than me, but that's how I looked in VR. I was hanging out and doing my first time. I was like, I couldn't just do a VR chat stream of hanging out and vibing. I was like, I'll do a karaoke VR chat stream. And part of my head was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be like what you call an unlock for September goals. I got like over 40 at this point, so that is hugely fantastic, and I'm very grateful for that. What else happened this week? I was in VR yesterday in my friend Kincaid's stream, and we were vibing and wiggling. I was doing a good wiggle. I'd love to do like more dancing and stuff over time. My goal is that my new retail job that starts on Sunday and going in VR chat more can help me lose a little bit more weight, maybe get more energy, more life. But I'm also old as fuck, so I'm okay with settling into that. But the more you settle, the harder it is to unsettle, if you know what I'm saying. But ciao. But yeah, but the things are going good otherwise than that. Since I've been streaming, I've been lucky enough to get a new computer gifted to me by my friends, and a new GPU gifted to me by my friends here in chat. You got me this new fantastic, beautiful computer that runs real smooth as glass. I was hanging out with my dancing friend in VR last night, and she was having some troubles. I'm not sure what it was because everything seemed okay for me, but I got a new computer, so I haven't. Hello, Vishki. Welcome. Meow. I haven't got a chance to fill up my computer with, all the things you worry about your mom filling up their computer with like, bots and viruses and all this stuff. I'm of a dangerous age where you gotta like, Roxy, what did you put on your computer? Oh my gosh, is that a new Clippy? Is it 800 Clippies? They're all having a Clippy village clipping out. We're just clipping over here. You gotta watch out for that with computer users of a particular age. not everybody, but just me. I'm dumb as heck. But yeah. What else is going on? Let's see. Cleanup Crew, episode 6, debuted very, very recently. And we recorded audio to make a new, fresh, satisfying ending for episode 7. Episode 7 was originally slated for teasers for a season 2. But yeah, birthday. Thank you so much for watching it, Vishki. Yeah, but like we're all like thrown to the winds at this point with how busy we are. We didn't even get all the actors to show up there for our recording session. We have like one more we have to track down. Let's try to get that thing together. I'm going to be editing that audio together, and then we'll eventually go into VR and film our last scene. It's short, so it shouldn't be that bad. It's just we got to get that last person's sign off in terms of their voice, because like this project took us 4.5 years. Not everybody would be available for the whole time. We are incredibly lucky with what the things that were available. Episode 5, we were going to refilm a bunch of stuff, but when we got to that world, the footage that we had filmed 2 years previously didn't match up because the world had changed. That's right. VR chat worlds are maintained by their creators. And it only makes sense if someone is like, I want to spruce up my place a bit. I want to make it look new. And I have new ideas that I've made in Blender, or I've downloaded new assets and things. Place looked completely different. So it was, it wasn't as easy as much as you might think as a possible VR chat film creator. If, as opposed to filming in real life and having to build sets and stuff and figure out lighting and all that, if you instead are relying on others that you're not in direct conversations with in terms of your sets, who knows what it's gonna do? So that's the trouble we ran into. But my friend Gab was able to edit it and make it really, really smooth, as it were, with the old footage. So that was great. I love that. What else? So that's Cleanup Crew. We got to work on that. My new job is starting on Sunday. I'm not looking forward to that because it's a job I did for 7 years, and I was so happy every single day that I wasn't there. I was so happy that like 5 years of Black Fridays were not. Oh my gosh, Valorant came in so much. Thank you so much. Hello, Valorant. Thank you so much for the help. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Hype Train level 2. Thank you so much. Hello. Oh my gosh. Valorant, thank you so much for coming in. And thank you so much for September. This was fantastic. This was a fantastic month. This was my first September, and I'm really, really lucky that you were able to take care of streamers this way. Tier 1 sub to Emerald Dash, Nuri the Nerd, heckin' yeah, the Gold Spider, Mighty Afro, and Thomas, the Real Pix Queen. Thank you so much. And Petty Yifu, thank you so much, everyone. Heckin' yeah, we're at a Hype Train level 2. And for some reason, my alerts didn't pop up. So let me, I'll work on that as well. If anything, we want to celebrate a Hype Train because that is the most fantastic thing that a streamer can deal with. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the gifts. Wow. Happy Friday, everybody, and thank you, Valorant. Yeah. Meow 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 meow. Yeah. Our September, everyone. Every streamer that you know that's having fun September things happening, we owe that all to Valorant. And it is a fantastic thing. The Valorant actually came by and did some. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. So today is going to be an art stream, everybody. An art stream. Today I set things up to be an artist today. When I rolled out of bed, I a little bit of time left before my grueling retail job starts up again, but I can be an artist for now. I'm looking forward to being an artist for you. I made my VTuber, so I know I got the art stuff. I got the art chops. I have the blood. I have the skin of an artist, and I wiggle it around, and then I use that stuff in order to make things. I get to dance in VR sometimes. I get to act in VR sometimes. I get to draw things. I get to play games and puppeteer my VTuber around and stuff. It is a fantastic time to be a streamer and stuff. But yeah, I'm an artist and stuff. I am very, very lucky to get a chance to share my art with beautiful people out here. So let's pop over to our art page and see how this is going. How is this shaping up, everybody? I'm very, very excited to try to figure it out with you guys. So what is my thing I want to do today? Today is a personal art stream. A personal art stream. Why so personal, Roxikat? Why so personal? So that's the thing. When you plan things up as late as possible, things might change at the last minute. So today is a very, very special art stream. And this is a bit of art design I'd like to do for today. And it starts off with a question. A question. What is a character? When a character isn't drawn anymore, does that character disappear? Does that character move along and stuff? What is this character? Where did this character go? So let's go over each and every one of these little pictures and then try to figure it out. There is a cat character here. Very, very male presenting. This one is working in retail. And has kind of an expression, like a clever kind of expression. This looks like it could be a relative of me, yes. But yeah, like what's the dealio? I'll start backwards, yeah. This character, blah 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 blah. Let me pop over to the side here. This character loved Rock Band back in the day. They were jamming out, and what's this? They had like maybe eye makeup or something. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much for the hype train, Valorant. I'm very, 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 very appreciative. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much. Bleats, hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so this is somewhat kind of trying to be a cool dude in a way. That played a video game real hard. This is one of the outfits that you could wear in that Rock Band game back in the day. So that's very, very fun. Let's see, what else can we figure out about this character? Let's see. Well, it looks like let me pop this off real quick. Poof. And then, yeah. All right, what else can we discern about this character? Well, this is a character, kind of a studious, kind of elderly expression, skinny as heck. Cat working in retail. A cat drawing stuff with a horse friend. On here it says 2008. But this looks like a very personal moment of a cat and a horse hanging out and drawing. They're not writing, they're drawing. So that's interesting. That's an interesting look. What else about this character? Here's this character hanging out with their friend Jen. Still skinny as heck, but tiny little arms, three-fingered hands, three-toed cat feet, for some reason. So what's the deal? Who the heck could this be? Um, yeah, these questions are all over the things. And so this little cat working this retail job was my dead name fursona. That's right. This was me before I transitioned. This was me trying to like dip into my old artist ink font, as it were, ink font. I don't know. Just dipping my pen into my little ink spot blotter, and then trying to process some real life stuff to have some memories. Like some people take selfies and stuff to remember themselves in the far future. This was 2012 on here, but this was me dissatisfied with how I looked and how my life was, but something about it seemed remarkable enough to save, to document for my later memories. You can see the little badge here says Johnny. This character was named Johnnykat, my dead name. So what do I want to do today? What do I want to do today? Because this is as personal as you can get. This is like the last, as a trans person, it's like this is the last character design I would ever want to draw. That because a lot of now my own personal trans journey is distancing myself from who I was for many, many years. This was who I was. Now, what is my choice here? What have I done with this character in the past? So I originally made this character for the reason of talking to the other contributors of a fanzine called Furthest North Crew. It was the first time I was contributing to a furry apazine, they called it. A, capital P, capital A zine. And the way those worked back in the day is that we liked the idea of making a big old volume of comics and art and stories. We wanted to have a big, thick book that you could hold in your hands. This was early on. This was like 90s, early 2000s. Before we had art forums like for Affinity. We were like, we wanted to share stuff. We wanted to feel like we were making things and sharing them. So when I got invited to this Canada-based furry apazine called Furthest North Crew, I was like, well, I want to be able to give shout outs and talk to like the contributors. They could give feedback on each other's work, art, stories, and the like. You could, when you submitted your portion of the apazine, you had the chance to give little shout outs and feedback to all the other creators, artists, and writers, and everybody. So I was like, well, my fursona is kind of a dim bulb. So I didn't really want to be talked to in this apazine as someone that couldn't understand things. Because even at the time, when I was, I guess, role-playing on Furry Muck and the like that, I was talking in the third person, which is like, a big sign over my head saying, bimbo, you can't talk about things. But I'm also an artist. So how could I be happily dumb some of the time and then have like kind of deep artistic conversations and things? So I decided that like I'd come up with a second fursona, a second one. This is the one that fields questions and stuff. Well, Roxikat's all the fun stuff, the fun side of my personality, where everything that I want to be, everything that sounds fun. But Johnnykat would be answering the serious artistic questions and things. And so, what did I do with this character? In the future, well, I first off did a little comic called Roxikat's Meow. And that one from back in the day was me processing it out and basically trying to make a story out of talking to the Apazine contributors of Furthest North Crew. Yeah. That was basically a little story that I made. And it was all about, it starred various other contributors of that Apazine as background characters. And it was basically me and like my current friends at the time, so, and then later roommates and things like that. So this was like the weirdest personal story ever. And at the end of it, when you kind of lump it all together, it's just like, oh, this is a trans person trying to figure it out. This is a trans person trying to find happiness. I'll get to the art in a bit, but I just want to communicate exactly like what this character is, and what it has been in the past. This character has been like the art self-insert character that you've probably seen a lot of furry artists do. Yeah, this was like, yeah. So what I wound up doing with this character is like, an artist made a deal with a demon. A demon being one of the other creators in the Apazine. And the deal was, demon, I will give you my soul if you grant me my idealized woman. I have an idea of like what the perfect woman is. I need for you to give it to me. So basically, I need to create the perfect woman. And not only that, I need you to create this perfect woman and plant it on this male that I have feelings for. Yeah. At the time, this character is like, guys can't like other guys. That's weird. Demon, fix that. I want you to take this male character that I have feelings for that I don't understand, and I want you to make them into my idealized woman. It's wild. It was wild that I was like, yeah, let's make this my story. Let's make this a big old personal story. Let's make a comic. Let's send it to our Apazine friends every couple of months, and make it an ongoing story. And that anybody tuning in later to go, what the heck is going on? Why are all these people here? What's going on? Yeah. I found that I was the type of story artist, writer, that put way too much exposition in. And I'd lump in a big old paragraph of things. It's like, okay, now that you know this paragraph of stuff, let's show you the story changing because you know this paragraph of stuff. But what I didn't know at the time was that if you lump in a big old paragraph of text, it doesn't mean that everybody actually knows everything in the thing. So you shouldn't like roll together like thinking that, oh yeah, all right, everyone knows all this now. Now we move on. So it was kind of a mess. As the story expanded a little bit more, before I say that part, let me say what the hook was. You know, the hook that gets the readers interested in this thing, this very, very personal, awkward story. So the idea was that this artist wanted to make a guy that he had feelings for into his idealized woman, and thereby give me a pair of gloves that if they are put on someone, then that person becomes this idealized woman that's in my mind. I have this very, very strong, real image of who this woman is. Because I'm an artist and I've created this woman. Give me a pair of cartoon gloves made by paint. And then at the same time, in preparation of this, let me take this same magical, demonic imbued paint and create my idealized woman in my head. So this is like a living drawing used for the same paint that made these magical demon-powered cartoon gloves encased in glass to be given to and to trick the friend into becoming the idealized woman. So instead, what happened, and here's where the hook came in. This evil artist instead was having some kind of argument with the cat, the living drawing, and then took the drawing in his hands, tore it in half, had the halves of the drawing in his hand, and he's like doing some kind of evil supervillain thing. And he punched his hands into the glass case of the cartoon gloves. Oops. Uh-oh. He had the two halves of the drawing in his hands, and then his hands were encased in his own cartoon gloves. I mean, you could have seen it coming. If you see like a glass case with gloves in it, and the gloves are like in a certain position, it's like, well, if you punch through it, then you're that. So oops. The artist sees the folly of his ways by becoming his idealized female shape, personality. So that's the thing. He become the thing that he wanted. He wanted, but why did he want it so much? Fast forward a couple years, trans person. Trans person wanted to be that. You see me, the VTuber, like, yes, I wanted to be this. I transitioned because I wanted to be more femme. So happy story happened, but that's what this character was. This was the proto version of me trying to figure it out. He became the thing. So this is a story element, which was an essential piece of me. Like I have had three, I guess I've had more than three characters that I have role played in my life. But yeah, this was a big one because this character had a lot of moments of, let me process the thing that I did in real life. I don't want to draw this as my idealized fursona character going through these things. I have to think of like the people all around me, not seeing a character that was like very, very curvy and then like their personality would be dictated by seeing a very, very curvy character. No, this would be just a regular person just kind of like dealing with things and fitting in. So yeah, what else did I do with this character? Oh, I made this character a supervillain. In an Elseworlds kind of thing. I made a relationship story of two guys that were friends. They worked in retail together. Retail. And they worked in a crummy retail job together that they hated. And they were friends for the longest time. And then the thing that never happens is two friends that realized that they were friends and then living their life as friends, they decided to be lovers. Usually, if anybody has had thoughts like that, they usually figure it out in their head, like, yeah, I'm gay. and I need a gay lover. Um, these two characters hadn't figured that out yet. So it became this fun little magical story of these two characters becoming a couple, and that was called Game Boys. But they had to have an antagonist that was all about their online friend that wanted them to come in and role play and stuff. Come in and be like a role play character, because this evil character had a role play character of Roxikat. Like, I was trying to reconceptualize who I was, as if I was like an outside antagonist character for these sweet characters. Yes, I'm gay, I need a gay. Exactly, Bleeds. Yeah, it was a short little thing that I was contributing to Genus Mail back in the day. And it was mostly, I couldn't just do an adult comic for that. I needed to make it a relationship story to be interesting for me. I needed to have like characters. I needed to have directions, adversity to overcome, as it were. And like my character of Johnnykat was kind of an aside antagonist, comedy relief, kind of basically trying to draw the character Monty into situations that would make them break up. Because, as I show in a later on story, Johnnykat was in love with Monty. Only because, not the real life Monty, but the idealized version of Monty from hanging out and role playing in a text-based environment. Hanging out and role playing and enticing and seducing Monty to the degree of he almost flunked out of college. So, interestingly enough, Monty went through a thing that I went through, and that was basically losing out on an academic life by being enticed by the role playing of the internet. That's what happened to Roxikat. So I tried to do a lot of personal venting and processing in order to make a fun little story. To like, I always felt like I can only write something, I can only create something, I can only make a comic story of something if I have something to lose, if I have something, something that hurts that I need to process, I need to figure it out through art, through story, through acting. I always felt like that it's easier to process things through art. That was me. That was my little journey, figuring things out. Yeah. So that's this fun little character. I have a fan, I won't go into too much detail of it, that can't get over that I don't really want to draw this deadname version of myself anymore. They can't get over it. And I won't say anything else about that, but they really can't process it because, as you can probably tell, this was a very, very personal story that I needed to get out in order for me to process my trauma, my pain, things like that. Things that made me a person, a creator, an artist, a trans person. Yeah. Like any art that an artist can make. You have it. It means something to you. It's subjective. But any kind of like strange artwork hanging in a gallery, anybody can look at it and go like, oh, this means this. I see what this means. This means this. And the little cheat code there is that you can't really know what it means because you can't see directly into the mind of its creator. Does it make you feel something? Then it has the value of that. But if you're looking to try to see what the artist means, what are they saying with this piece? I feel something, but I don't understand what I'm feeling. Yeah, that's just you. That is just you. That is your interpretation. If it's making you tap into something in yourself that you need to figure out, that's good. I mean, that can be good. If it's something you need to figure out in yourself, it's nice to have an artist's work help inspire you to figure it out. Hello, Nate Duel. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Let me give you a shout out. I'm doing a whole lot of chit-chatting about my journey as an artist, creator, trans person, all that good stuff. And I'm showing on my screen a picture of my old version of myself that was my male shape. That it's an interesting character. It's definitely something I needed to process and come to terms with. But a lot of this picture, of what I'm seeing from my art style, is like I'm processing what I was and what I looked like, but I'm also dissatisfied with how I looked. But I was doing my best with what I had. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you, Visky. But yeah, that was my puzzle for today. Since I couldn't get any commissions, and I couldn't figure out what personal art I could do in order to advertise myself as a streamer, I was like, let's try to process what this character is. What is this character to me now? It's been good, Nate. Thank you so much for popping in. You were playing Dusk Fade. I hope you had a good time with that. I've never heard of it. Yeah. It's been fine. Heckin' yeah. Day's been okay so far. I am currently in a broken chair. But I was able to reassemble it with the support on backwards, so it doesn't bend me forward. It wants to bend me back, so it's kind of nice. It will eventually break further, and then I won't be able to use it, but I can probably get through another stream. So that's where I'm at. Nate, Valorant came by and actually tossed in some gift subs. That was fantastic. I don't know if that's something that Valorant is doing to all the streamers right now, if they're doing it specifically today. But that was great. Yeah. Happy September, everybody. I hope your day and I hope your September has been great. Wah 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 wah. But yeah. Meow 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 meow. So that's this character. A very, very kind of personal kind of dealio that was me processing my life, having memories and things. It's like, yeah, I don't want to draw myself in this memory hanging out with this friend in a way that looks like my fursona that I want to be, because I know I didn't look like that when I was there, and then having that moment, and being someone to someone else. Dusk Fade is currently still in development, but a demo was released last night. Oh, you played it this morning? It's great. It's like Love Child of Jackson Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, and Kingdom Hearts. Wow. I like all of those things. I hope you had fun with it. On Wednesday, I played a game that was absolutely inspired by Vampire Survivors that came out recently called Mega Bonk. And I love the heck out of that. And I was like so torn. I wanted to do that again today. I wanted to do more of that today. Heck, and yeah. I was really up for doing that. But that did not occur. I was like, well, I told people I'd be doing art today. And I guess I can still switch over to something else if I am just scared out of doing this at all. But because like a challenge, right? This is an artist challenge to like draw a thing you don't want to draw. Or a really, really personal thing. Like, would that be a good thing? Steam scammer tried to get me. Yeah. I hate Steam scammers. I hate Peter Pan. I hate TikTok bots trying to friend me all the time. I'd say I have ignored the friend requests of about maybe 100 bots on TikTok. If any actual living person attempted to talk to me on there, yeah, hits all the nostalgia tick boxes. Yeah, yeah, nostalgia is a powerful device when it comes to getting people. What is my art style like now compared to what I have on screen currently? Well, let me show you. I feel like that could be a good thing. Because this is 2012. I definitely changed since then. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I wanted to thank my friends for getting me a new computer. And here they are building it. My friends Zovit, Tater, Malu, Kegiatsky, they all got together and they passed the hat around and they got me a new computer. So here's them building the computer. And I wanted to give them some gift art. Yeah. That was I wanted to make this as this took me at least 2 sessions, two art streams, 2 weeks. It's gift art. So I'm like, how much energy do I want to put into gift art? Zoph the Space Rabbit, Tater the Tatum, Malou the Cougar, and Kegiatsky, the half otter, half husky. Meow 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 meow. But yeah, that's one thing of my recent art. What else is my? So I just went to a new computer. So a lot of my art stuff isn't actually on this computer, but I think I do have something else that I was working on. I did this commission for my friend Duff Fluff and me. Yeah. Just playing a video game. I've used this picture as a stream ad for us doing our Warframe Wednesday. That's a fun one. What else is new? What else is new, Roxikat? What you got? What you got? Meow meow meow. R-O. Guess Roxikat is spelled that way. This is something I was really happy with. I did this last September before I started the streaming thing. This is me, a fun, cuddly, chubby shape. I like being a chubby. Yeah. This is me. Yeah. And what's that last one? I want to do one more. Yeah, there. This one took me 2 sessions, like 2 6-hour sessions, and then I did like 4 more hours as I was chatting with other friends. But yeah, I had ideas that I would have like this really deep background and things. But I put it on my card. So yeah, I feel that that's a good example of my work, but it would take a long freaking time to yeah. That's my stuff. This, like, I don't want to show this as an example of my work because like this took me so long to do. It wouldn't be worth it for me to charge anyone for 18 hours of work. Like, what do I charge for 18 hours of work? And it's just me drawing myself. Like, for certain reasons, I draw really, really slow lately, since I've been kind of away from my art over the last couple of years, and I'm trying to get back to it. My stuff is real slow. Probably because as I'm talking while I'm streaming, I'm not really making a lot of progress in things. Wah 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 wah. But yeah, wah. Do not save. Do not save. Yeah, this is me and my friend Gideon drawing some art. 2008, we used to draw every week. That's me and my friend Jen. I felt like we were twinsies. And at the time, I'm like, I really wish I could be pretty like Jen. So yeah. So that's my challenge today. I've challenged myself. Will I rise to the challenge? Am I making this character? Did this character also transition? That's the soup to nuts of it. That's the I read ahead in the script. And that one, hello Kaya, welcome. At the end of this long story bit that took up 45 minutes, is this character also trans? Because a lot of what made this character interesting is like the super villainy kind of things of someone who was trans, but fighting it at every turn. And then making all these horrible errors and mistakes and things to make them a supervillain because they didn't go with the obvious. So a good resolution for this character is that they did transition. But are they going to transition into me? Do I need that? Like, because I'm like, I took my mask off and I'm like, I want to be this. The fursona that I felt so passionate about from the beginning. And that's the VTuber that I have right now. That was the most important to me. Yeah. Like other things, you know, this is going from a long time ago to, let's see, this is 10 years ago. Yeah. 10, 12, 13 years. Like, that's that. Other things happened in that time as well. I had a second fursuit named Hossifer that I made separately as I want to be a fursuiter that's not like looked at in an awkward way. I want to be a fursuit that people actually like. I want to fit in. That's what Hossifer was, and that's what Hossifer was for me. I had a lot of good memories of being Hossifer, suiting at conventions and stuff. And I'm like, wow, I'm finally a character that women don't hate. That's great. I love not being hated. It feels great. So yeah. My challenge today is to draw whatever happened to Johnnykat. What happened to Johnnykat? Whatever happened. Yeah. Do I have current commission info? Let's see. I have evidence of what I have done so far and what I got for it. This picture that I did for my friend, I said 100. And they gave me 100. A lot of my mindset of like I was last doing regular commissions like 10, 12 years ago. So my brain is very, very much like uh in those times. But I also had a long time of what do I want to earn per hour for work? I'd love to earn 20 bucks an hour for work. Um but like I said yes to a retail gig after months and months of searching for a job. I said yes to a retail gig where I'm earning far less, far less than what I want. I feel like I am worth 20 bucks an hour, but the per hour thing, right? Is that up to me because I'm slow as balls? Or is that up to the person buying the work? Like, how do I make it look like it's worth 100 bucks? What do I do? What's the trick? Because I know if I draw more art, I'll draw faster. And then if I can draw faster, then it's worth it. If I could bang it out in an hour, then that is amazing. But it won't be an hour. Something like this took me 6 hours. So that's 100 divided by 6. That was me a per hour kind of thing. And I'm also streaming right now, so a lot of my attention is towards the chat and having a conversation and trying to making you comfortable as well as having fun myself. So yeah, this is today. This is where today is. So that's kind of what my rates are. I guess I could figure it out in terms of like, but that's the ballpark. That's my current ballpark. I'm not raising my prices up to be as competitive as other faster, more talented artists, streamer artists. I think that's where I'm at. It's not 100% labor time. Yeah. So that's where I think I'm comfortable at right now. I could like, well, what is a sketch? What is just a bust sketch? Like what is the cheapest I can get? What can I get for $5? I got $3.50. What can I have for $3.50? We could figure it out. We can figure all these things out. No formal commission form. Yeah. See, that's the thing. There's the art side of the brain, and then there's the math side of the brain. I have to have enough math understanding in order to properly structure this transaction. As much as things are what feels right, I have to go into what makes sense logically. Yeah, this is what professional artists have already figured out. I haven't figured it out because I'm as unprofessional as fuck. Ad breaks are starting. What do I want these ads to be? I hope it's something entertaining. I can't see the ads, so I don't know what's up. I'm just gonna basically, have a little break. I'm gonna crunch on some apple slices, sip a coffee, and then we'll dig in. Meow 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 meow. So yeah, I'll hit the ad break button, and I'll see you guys in a very short amount of time. That's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes on the button. I'll see y'all in a bit. Meow, 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 wow, meow, meow. I'll hit the button when it's going. I'll do it now. Bye.
Lizard.
Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Meow. Gadworks. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the hangout where I get to hang out with nice, fun people. Heckin' yeah. Lizard Beth is here. Lizard Beth is here, and I want to say hello. Lizard Beth, how are you today? Are you doing art? Would you like to do art? I'd love to hang. What am I doing? Am I rapping? Roxy, don't rap.
Lizard.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Y'all don't know Lizard Beth, you should. Lizard Beth is a fantastic artist. Meow. Who else is here? Gadworks is here. Gadworks is a fantastic animator. That's right. Gadworks is here, and also awesome. Chat's been wanting to draw me as a lizard meme. Lizard. Don't you have a redeem where you turn into a lizard? I know you have a redeem where you turn into a bee. Yeah, cute little fuzzy bee. You're gonna be drawing it a bit? That's fantastic, Lizard Beth. That's so good. I'm having a personal art day. I kind of want to have a personal art journey to try to figure out a certain character. And I think I want to, hopefully, yeah. I want to do a little bit more of like talking about this character that turned into a lizard. Wouldn't look any different. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Alligator? Alligator, right? Did I get it right? I'm not smart enough to know a difference between crocodile and alligator, so I think alligator is a Florida thing. And crocodile is a Africa thing? Gator, yes. Figured it out. I'm so smart. Yeah. Good. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. Love it. Yeah. Let's dip into a little bit of this journey I'm trying to do. Yeah. Oh, let me get the music down. We're boosting the music too high there. Sorry about that. Except Croc, if you work it into a pun. I'm gonna go with Gator. Cause alligator. I'm an alley cat, so if I get a chance to see an alligator, it's great. Your stream is fantastic, Gadworks, because you have this whole like sewer kind of setting. You have anytime there's a redeem, a pipe opens up and like water gooshes you in the face. It's like you have a whole world set up on there. It's alive. Your stream is alive. I hope you guys get a chance to follow Gadworks. It is fantastic. Let me show you something I worked on back in the day. I think this could be fun. Oh no, comics. Oh no, we're reading. I'll read it to you. Don't worry about it. All right. Game Boys 3, Icarus. My name is Lamont Trescoon, and I'm gay. Is that how a diary normally starts? Before Raleigh opened my eyes and my heart, I needed a friend in high school. Some guys I wished I could just stand near, maybe hug them. I figured I just missed hugs from Dad since the divorce. Tiger Cat, oh my gosh, thank you so much for popping on by. Tiger Cat, are you the same? Oh, my goodness. Hello, Tiger Cat. Thank you so much for popping on by. How are you today? Happy Friday. I hope your day has been really good. I hope your stream went well. You're playing Sonic Racing Crossworlds, which just came out. I hope you're having fun with that. I have a lot of friends that are doing that one. Meow. I'm reading my comic. I'm reading my comic. I'm hoping against hope that I didn't have any pages up that have any NSFW things. I don't think I have anything as and not safe for work currently on these pages, but I will stop the thing when it does get a little spicy, because I know When I submitted it, it was like, all right, how many pages are naughty? So yeah, I'll back up a little bit. Before Raleigh opened my eyes and my heart, I needed a friend in high school. Some guys I wished I could just stand near, maybe hug them. I figured I just missed hugs from Dad since the divorce, so I mostly ignored the feeling. I knew all about gays. I knew all I knew about gays was that guys called each other that to harmlessly make fun of them. We called each other, the F slur to joke around. I never met any gay kids growing up, and even if I'd realized I was gay, I wouldn't have told my friends. I didn't want to get beat up. Huh? Juicy stuff, huh? Let me see. Is this the next page? Pachow. Yeah. I didn't really like girls, but I envied all the attention they got and the attention they freely gave each other. So I ignored the trend and started growing my hair out. Did I wish I was a girl? No, it couldn't have been it. I wanted to be pretty. I fantasize about it a lot. Oops. And as I hid my true nature from my friends, I portrayed a gruff straight guy who was perfectly fine with all the insecure homophobic crap they'd spout. Life would be more bearable once I discovered role-playing. I had a great time with tabletop games. My natural duality made it easier, made it easy to get into character. I even spent a semester in the drama club. But when I found out about online role-playing, my anonymity gave me limitless freedom. I created Montague, the wandering angel, always looking for adventure. I described him as an idealized, gorgeous, perfect version of me. I could be myself and pretend to be as pretty as I wanted. See where this is going? Soon, I met this really cute character named the Bard. His melodies could magically charm his audience into adoration. But this is only text, so what is that picture? It's only in Monty's mind. Well, there wasn't any music or pictures in the multi-user chat kingdom. You were more popular if you painted a picture with your chat dialogue. So I imagine the Bard was really cute. Because he could sure paint a picture. What is this visual? This is only in Monty's mind. He was quick and clever and knew just how far to push a scene. Talking to him was like reading a tawdry romance novel. I never had to play with myself from just chatting with someone before. Soon it became a habit. Save your work, you dumb little... Is that as far as I got? I think I had more pages with no naughtiness. Is this naughty? Okay, good. All right. You know you're the one they're coming to see, don't you, Montague? Some of the boys dare to say that your angel wings betray your true nature, but I know better. I take you at face value. You're pure and immaculate, untouched and unclaimed. You haven't been ravaged by my adoring audience, because I told them that you're too good for them. Any newcomers are quickly brought up to speed. And then we see the reality of what this actually looks like. This is Monty hopelessly in this computer lab with all this caffeine in there, eyes all bugged out, and he's typing out what he's role playing. Montague takes the offered cup and tosses his hair back with a haughty pout, saying, "I'll choose who shall please me, Strummer." "We're very fond of you, boy. Some of us all too eager to fulfill our own selfish desires. But alas, we do not wish to frighten you away. For you are the one we're coming to see." And then this last one is the last page I can do because the rest are just full of not safe for work. All right. A week later, Montague was quite the barfly. Locks couldn't keep me away from my worshipping companions as long as I snuck out before the dawn. I basked in my power, denying each and every one of them, saving my purity for my strummer boy. I love my pretty angel. Oh, how he made my heart flutter. Kiss me quick. And then the passionate embrace. But who is the bard? Let's see. Can I show any pages? Can't show that page. That's nasty. Hydrate? Yeah. Hydrate, Roxikat. All right. Is this one? Nope. That's also nasty. Next page. All right. This one is okay. Copy image. This one doesn't have any prawns on it, so I skipped 2 pages in it. You can look at these on my Fur Affinity. I was in love. I wanted to know everything about my first online lover, so I told him my real name and made him tell me his. I found photos of him online in 3 seconds. Ugh, he's unwashed at this point. Gross. Turned out to be a semi-cute guy into costumes and role-playing, too. Most pictures showed him doodling at fantasy conventions. He was posting quite a lot of drawings online lately. Oh my gosh, cosplay? What a cute little... Oh, it's a cat. It's not a fox at all. Wait, were these pictures of us? Is this what he wanted me to be? Now we're seeing the bard's drawings of what he imagined what was happening in their online relationship, and the signature of JK. I poured through dozens of drawings of our private moments where I was removed and replaced by this thing that was supposed to be me. Why didn't he tell me? Was he just using me for inspiration? Or using me to get attention? Huh? Yeah. Let's see. Let's see, do I have the... Yes. Copy image. I think we're past the not safe for work part of the story. I put my heart and my very soul into our time together. What are these? Are these comics? Hedge bard, acute angel, triangle. What is this? And he was stealing them away. Increasing his adoring audience every day as more angels appeared, hoping to find me or be me. How could he do this to me? How could you? How could I do this to myself? we were both letting the fantasy consume us. It wasn't more important than my grades or my hygiene. And I wouldn't let him cash in on my character anymore. I told him off and deleted his pretty angel. It was time to wake up to reality. The game would have to end. I took a break from the net and I got a job. It only took a few days to jumpstart my social skills too. I guess I wasn't a lost cause after all. Bardley's. I worked for Bradley's back in the day. We fell back on the job or playing console games. Raleigh became my best friend. We fell back on standard blustering guy talk we grew up with, but deep down I knew we were close. It was easy to fall in love with a guy like that. Can you believe that he came out to me? I think I got it right this time. So we'll take each day as it comes. I don't need to be an angel in order to wing it. End. That was the end of the Game Boy story. But you got to see an interesting thing. You got to see the origin of Johnnykat as he was shaken out of his little fantasy there of being the perfect thing for someone. Because this was just an image that was in Monty's mind. So yeah, that's fun. So that's who Johnnykat was in the Game Boy story. This antagonist character that was basically ruining Monty's life. So that's what I did with that fun little character on the side. My own personal deadname character self. Yeah. Yeah. So that's who that character was. I basically took something that was my own personal journey and twisted it around like, what if there was an antagonist that was pulling someone in, but didn't realize that they were ruining somebody's life as they were using their online lover as inspiration for their artwork. To I guess, be inspired to make art and do things like that. So like, what if I was the bad guy in somebody else's life? And that's what that story was. What if I was the one? What if I hurt someone? And basically, since both these characters are me, what was I doing to myself? Eh? Does that pickle your noodle like a pickle's mind? I love a little bit of noodle pickling when it comes to creating things, writing stories, overly complicating things. So, yeah. My task today. Noodle is thoroughly pickled. Yeah. My idea today is to draw my dead name self. To figure out, I guess my dead name self must have also transitioned. If I needed this dead name version of myself as to better put myself in situations like I was here, I was hanging out with my friends. I kind of looked a little bit more like this. That didn't look as tightly close to my fursona. But you know what? The HRT was pretty good. So at least I don't hate looking in the mirror anymore. How close did this character get to their idealized image of what their fursona was? Like, how many layers, how meta is this? My caterpillar stage before I became my full self. Yeah. Cause like that character became me. Is the deep sauce version of it. That character became me. So there really isn't a version of that. I think I am at the level where I'd be comfortable drawing myself in real life if memories. Like here I was hanging out with these people. I'd be comfortable drawing other people's personas, hanging out with me, my persona. Even though my character has a huge ass. And I wish I did, but I don't. Yeah. I could I could do this. I could draw myself with glasses on. If I have glasses on, it's like the whole Clark Kent Superman thing. The me in real life is me putting on glasses. Huh? I could do that. Yeah. Yeah, in this story we saw Monty discovering Johnnykat online using Monty's very, very sincere roleplay as inspiration for Johnnykat making their idealized partner of, yeah, which was like, it looked just like Roxikat, but as a raccoon. Like, that's me. That's this proto version of Johnnykat drawing what Roxikat would be. So basically, this character, in his sincere role plays, inspired this version of Johnnykat, to make Roxikat. This is. But if I was going with this storyline, like this is like a version of this person, but it's not. It's not like, even it's got the freaking cartoon gloves. Like that probably was never even in the role play that they would have had together. It's just this character projecting their own thoughts of what this idealized person could be. Yeah. Noodle pickled. We're pickling noodles today. All right. This is why I don't draw that much, because I put this much thinking into my stuff. And then the final product is, it's me with a head full of ideas and thoughts and ideas and stories. And then I got to reduce them down into one drawing, and then it's just a jumbled mess. But yeah, we figure it out. We do what we can. Wow, okay. So, if my goal is to make a version of what Johnnykat became, this character is basically something that I needed for my real life memories. This character is just going to be Roxikat with glasses, wearing the clothes that I would wear, rather than this halter top with the R on it. As long as I'm not wearing a top with an R on it, this could be fun. They Call Him Cake made a version of PB, their character, basically shopping. There's a picture of this character, basically this character off, basically off the clock and not performing, and they're just out shopping. And then, like, in the foreground is a phone, so a picture of what PB looks like on streams and artwork and things like that. And then in the background, you see that, like, they're just shopping, and you see it's the Busty Boy character, but like they need a shave. They're wearing like regular clothes over their impossible body, but like they're just trying to live a life. It's funny that artist decided to do that, because that is something like what I'm doing here. It's like, basically taking your idealized self that you have forward as your fursona, your stream entity, your VTuber, as it were, And then you're like, well, how does this exist in the real life sphere? Because a lot of my time on unemployment is me trying to run away from the real life sphere and stay out as long as possible. But alas, what each and every one of us realizes that is we can't hide forever. We have to come out and make money to live. A streamer is only supported by their people. I tried to make that a thing where I could stay in hiding forever as a trans person, and I wouldn't have to come out from my safe little condo and see anybody except when shopping for food. Because like, even as successful as anyone can be, they still got to get food. They can't like live on Uber Eats or something. They got to go out. They got to be in the real world. They have to they got to step out of their safe little place. All right. Drawing the hips not huge. No. I need the big hips. That's the thing. Wah 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 wah. Perceptions and how people define things differently. Yeah. Oh, I'm so heartbroken with every line. So I'm trying to come up with a version of this character and a version of myself. I'm I'm a little chubby, thanks to streaming is a sit down kind of thing. I know some streamers that are very, very into making themselves fit. I should do that. I'm hoping that I can, my new job starting on Sunday can do that. Get me a little bit more fit. But yeah, my current situation of not being able to afford tons and tons of food has definitely helped me towards losing a little bit of weight. Hello, Jedi Hovercat. Hello, welcome, welcome. Meow, 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 meow. And Theo, thank you so much for the head pat. Come do karate? Oh, karate. You remember my talk the other day when I talked about when I was in Tiger Schulman's karate for a month, and my moments of falling into the arms of my sensei, keeping me on my feet, and I blushed because my sensei was hot. Sensei, I can't possibly throw a punch at you, even though you'll block it and throw me. Sensei, sensei. All right. Oh my gosh. Cause any kind of curviness is gonna be me overselling, pushing more than what is here. Is the aim of this picture to no. The aim of this picture is to make a version of myself that lives in memories, that to help document moments where I get to see my friends. Because I feel like that's important. I don't want to just deny myself those things. Because years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, I look at stuff and it's like, wow. That was I remember how I felt in those moments. So looking at my art style, looking at my things like that. Like this is a sincere moment. I think there's value in that. What is this hand? What is this hand? Did I do the cartoon gloves? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Phew. Because I've done plenty of art with the cartoon gloves for the character. Just wearing like regular standard clothing otherwise. I've drawn the character with long hair. I've drawn the character with short hair. Drawn the ponytail. I've done the short hair there. Short hair there. Short hair there. This short? Yeah, short hair there. Yeah, short hair. Yep. When I turned 30, I had to cut my hair. I cut my hair for a I was in a community theater play where I played a priest. And the director was like, "Oh, maybe you haven't taken your vows yet." You know, but like, comedy is only funny if you're not scratching your head and thinking about things. That's like, my job as being a comedy character in the background was like, you shouldn't have any thoughts. You should just see it and go, okay, I see it. So I had really, really long hair for a while. And then for this play, I cut my hair when I was 30. And I was even in, they even had a party at the community theater for my actual 30th birthday. I had all my friends there. They reserved the stage. My friend Paul played Roxi from Chicago. Her name on everybody's lips is gonna be Roxi. It's like, okay. So I popped on stage and I sang it. Like, I guess this is what I'm supposed to do on my 30th birthday. So that was fun. But yeah, I think that there is value in that. I think there's value in documenting my memories. So that's the worth of this character. This isn't garbage. This isn't dead name me that I'm throwing out. I think there's that I've solved it. What I want with this character is that this character exists to document who I was and where I was and significant memories. Because this will be as femme presenting as I can be. So I can at least look at these memories and go like, yeah, this is, you know, as femme presenting as this character can possibly be. Because I ain't rich. I ain't got that Caitlyn Jenner money where I can get a billion surgeries and make myself look the way I want. Even then, all you see is like, oh, that person had some surgery. I mean, I definitely don't mind if people looked at me and saw that, oh, yeah, this person had surgery. Yeah, people need to see enough of my face to go like, ah, I see what they're trying to do. There's never going to be a moment where I pass in my life. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. I just got to make sure I don't run into people that'll immediately try to kill me. That like, I just got these big grippy hands that just got to strangle. I just got to strangle something. I'm just gripping as I'm walking through life and I just got to strangle. You know, I don't want to run into that guy. Somebody with big meaty mitts that just got to strangle somebody. Yeah, I shouldn't get too RL with this big grippy hands. I either want to grab this person by the waist and pick them up, or choke the life out of them. I can't figure it out. Must choke life. Mungo have ideas, but Mungo must kill. Mungo, don't kill. Okay. Oh, that's all it took? Just say don't do it? Yeah. All right, that was easy. Wow. Who knew? It was so easy. Ah. All right. So I have. Uh, I'm just sweating through this. I really should have just. I really should have just played more Megabonk and just shut my brain off. Meow, 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 meow. Another trans friend, they came up with another new fursona to express themselves how closer to how they look in real life. And I'm like, I only have so much room in my head for versions of me being myself. Yeah. Yeah. As I did my hair up and stuff, I'll try to figure out hair over the years I've been transitioning. Sometimes I'd get a little curl. I'd go like, oh, it's me. Most of the time, no. I do have a good curl of the back of the hair that lasts a couple weeks. Uh, I do have freckles on my cheeks too. So that's been going real good. I don't know if it's the transition stuff that made me more freckly or just getting older, but I got definitely got freckles now. I got different glasses now too. It's not the straight edge ones. They're round. They're very femme. Part of me misses wearing the mask for COVID because I felt like, well, I didn't have to do lipstick that day. Before I started transitioning, I'm like, I have this big square jaw. I got this big square jaw. I shouldn't transition. I'll just have like this big huge blocky jaw, and no one will be able to. I'll never pass. Well, I'll never pass, but It's definitely a lot softer now. I don't have the round moon face of my fursona, but my jaw isn't too bad. Especially if I grow my hair out to cover up the edges of my jaw. Now, I'm not looking at a photo of myself. There. I don't want to get too close to looking like me. But my upper body strength definitely melted away. That made doing the store support thing, the furniture builder thing, not quite so effective. Especially when one of the jobs, as they made it more and more complex, was like, oh yeah, all of our powered furniture is on the second floor, and you can only move the powered furniture that you got to the second floor by putting it up sideways and holding it up in an elevator, a very, very small passenger elevator. Go to it. That's what we got. And it was like, I could call for help every single time I have to do that. And hopefully you guys can come running. Or it's just, oh, this is just impossible. I see. All right, I shouldn't be erasing stuff. I need to go to another layer for that. But damn, I always fall into this trap. I'm like, once I put the line down once, I'm like, okay, now I want to try to refine those lines from what I already just drew, rather than doing another set of lines. All right, so I ran into this again. Perspective is straight on here, and now it's off from there. So which is it? I guess my head is tilted so that it goes in perspective like that, but it probably shouldn't be. Either that or move the shoulders. I think it'd be easier to move the shoulders at this point. Put down like that, and that's better in perspective. Sorry I'm like wiggling around so much. It's just broken chair. I'm just all over the place. It's kind of like sitting on a yoga ball. I'm just kind of shifting around a little bit. I just don't want to shift too much because then he'll crack and then I'll fall on the floor. I'm gonna go wah, cramp, boom. And I'll go. I'm okay, everybody. Meow, 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 meow. I do have a little bit of a chest. Oops. I wear a little, like the most comfortable bra that I've gotten puts a little bit of padding on as well. So I just bought that off the rack at Target, so I don't feel bad to wear it. Hello, Brazilian Nut. Hello, welcome, welcome, y'all. I'm drawing a special thing today. I'm trying to draw myself. I had a version of myself that was to represent my real life memories of, seeing my friends, hanging out with other furries, being an artist at conventions, all that goodness. And then I felt that like my fursona, my VTuber, was too different than the version of me that was in those memories that could help conjure the memory in my head. So I had a version of myself that was very, very male presenting. But now that I'm not male presenting anymore, I want to make a version of myself that isn't. It's no longer that. And I think that there's value to it. So this went from a very scary kind of conceptual moment to this is actually kind of nice. I'm liking this. This is me genuinely being sincere. This looks kind of how I am. Kind of how I am. Maybe a little bit of hair like that. Yeah. When I get my hair cut, I ask for them to do it layered. And I think that's not really a fashionable thing, but like I like it like that. So that there's more locks. Yeah, I'm definitely a little chubbier than this. Not too bad. So I always try to do the high pants, like how my VTuber wears the high pants, like that. Try to be over the hips. For many years, I drew my character with my hips kind of like my entire gut just hanging out. Nobody wants to see that from my real life self. So I got kind of the grandma pants situation where I do high pants. The waist for female pants is at the navel or a little higher than the navel. Grandma pants. Man, some coffee. Gosh. Just want to draw a huge ass, and then that would solve everything. But I don't think there's any surgery to get me a huge ass. I do have a little. I was in my friend's VR chat stream yesterday, and she has a thing where there's a redeem for a voice goes, "Watch your profanity," and then for 10 minutes, Kincaid has to not swear, and if she swears, she has to do 10 squats. So we were just chit chatting and stuff, and she swore. She's like, "Fuck!" So she had to do 10 squats. So I did 10 squats with her, side by side. So that's fun. But I need to do 80 bazillion squats in order to get the kind of lower body that I want. I never quite figured out the timing. So I just need a habit. I need to build a good habit of when to exercise, how to exercise. I was very successful by doing P90X a long time ago because it was, you just press play, you do the thing. You live your life, the next day, do the same thing. I need habits in order to succeed. Now, the streaming things, being consistent with my schedule, has been a good habit for me to be a creator, to be an artist, because I didn't want to draw today, but now I'm drawing. So sometimes you gotta push yourself to get into good habits. Why not do 8 Brazilian squats instead? They're identical to normal squats, except you do them while drinking. Oh, and an emote from Lizard Beth. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Capirna? I don't even know what that is. Is it tasty? Is it spicy? Should I have some? It's funny. I didn't transition as early as I wanted to because I had a roommate at the time who was like, "You better be sure. You better be 100% sure." And like that was a hurdle I had to overcome years later, saying like, "You know what? It's okay to not be 100% sure." That's all I needed to do. I needed to be okay with not being 100% sure. Amazing. Amazing what hurdles people can set for themselves. Like, oh, I didn't do this because I set this hurdle, and then I set this wall up in an attempt to protect myself from the unknown. Yeah, but this friend who said you better be 100% sure was attempting to transition a little bit only through herbs. I don't know if anyone has had experience with transitioning and stuff like that. For a little while, people thought that they could do it herbally. But that was a crock. Yeah, I definitely had a lot of fun with that friend, though. Very, very, very good person. But like myself, definitely they set up a lot of hurdles for themselves when it came to transitioning. I hope they were able to get over those hurdles. I hope they didn't go like, well, I wanted to be happy, but it's not economically feasible for me to be happy in any way. That I will lose my job or something. Yeah, which ultimately is what happened to me. For you, it was less. For Vishki, it was less about being sure and more about I owe it to myself to find this out before I never do. Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. I agree. I agree. It's like I owe it to myself. I love myself enough to realize that I need to do this to see if this is right, to see if I feel better before I lose out on my chance to ever doing it in this my life. Like 10 years before I transition, I'm like, well, I guess I'll never be happy. And I'll just have to come to terms with never being happy. And maybe in my next life, as if some kind of magical thing would happen where I'd have more opportunities after dying and being reborn as a butterfly or some shit. That's not good. So I'm glad I didn't go with that route of believing in that. Instead, went with, oh, let's actually try it. So I'm glad I did what I did, even though it resulted in me not having a job anymore. Anyway, ad break, everybody. Wah 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 wah. Thank you so much. As in, let me get my voice to where I want it to be. Okay, everybody. No, it's too high. So yeah, ad break, everybody. I'll see you guys after my ad break, and we'll draw more. And then more TMI as we progress. But this is fun. I'm liking this. Wah 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 wah. See you in a bit. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Have a good time at work, Mouse Pointer. Thank you so much for my TED Talk. Thank you for enjoying things. Hopefully, it was okay. This chair. I'm just rolling around in this chair. Hopefully, the chair lasts the stream. Wah, 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 wah. So, I have an employee discount now at my new job. But everything is overpriced there anyways. So I wouldn't want to get products there unless I absolutely needed to. Ugh. Ugh. It's like I'm sitting on a yoga ball. I'm just like rolling all around the place. Okay. Good, good, good. We're good. Life is good. Yeah. With my previous setup where I had my chair on my folding chair, it was not so good. Wasn't great because I couldn't like bring the chair up or move it back. That's one of the things I took for granted as having a chair with wheels. Because it was just firmly planted. I'm like just climbing into my seat. Like it had to be in position where I could reach my keys. Like my monitors, I bumped my desk and my monitors like basically dipped forward a little bit. Like did I do a thing and like destroy my entire stream just by bumping forward? That was a fun little moment. Luckily, that did not happen. All right. I don't want to make myself too purty, but I also don't want to make myself too much looking like myself. Oops, wrong thing. All right. Chub. More chub. Yeah. Not chub where it's supposed to be. I think what I probably would do is not have my stance planted so heroically that I'd probably bend a leg toward closer a little bit to look more femme. That seems more like me. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's more like me. Yeah. There's value in using a version of myself as memories. Because I'm kind of a quiet person. Sometimes I'll be at a party, there'll be tons of people around at conventions, and I'll be like, man, I wish I could sit and draw because that is something uniquely me. I don't want to try to fight to get noticed in a group of people. I just want to sit and vibe and like do what I'm most comfortable doing, and that's just sitting and observing and recording mentally for as long as my faculties remain. Meow, 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 meow. I keep wanting to make the leg bigger. Come on. Chill out, Roxikat. Chill out with those big meaty thighs that you don't have, but you wish you did. All right. All right. Pants. Pants, pants, pants. I wouldn't see the top of the pants because I always wear stuff to cover that. So I will wear something lower. Wah, 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 wah. We tend to inject a bit of ourselves into the characters we write and role play. Yeah, it's true. There's true, no me bunny. Because anything out there that's not directly tracing off of something else, like say AI, that's we're injecting part of ourselves into it to make it look more sincere. Any good story is the author taking part of their memories, their experience, and putting it forward as a story. Is this Starcadian? Oh, feeling it. Feeling it. Feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Now I gotta draw without dancing too much. Yeah, I was on my friend's stream, my friend's VR chat stream yesterday, and I'm like, so when do I joined her world, and I was gonna be a character, and I'm like, so when do I pop out? I'll wait for an introduction or something, and nothing came. So I'm like, okay, I'll just hang out on the side here, and I sketched my friend, at least from my memory of what Kincaid looked like. But I didn't have any reference, so not perfect, not perfect. Hi, Core the Wolf. Is it Core the Wolf or Core the Wolf? You're back on VR chat now. That's great. Yeah, VR is all about like having a fun little community and a chance to explore and see adventures and all this cool stuff that I really really enjoy. I hope you can enjoy and stuff. Core, you got it. I think you've told me that before, and I forgot. I'll probably wear a cardigan. But I could also have the arms showing. Because I like the women cut of shirts. Because I like a nice tight top. I like that. So I'd have to have like thicker straps because I want to hide my bra strap. That's something I never thought about with my current fursona design. It's like, well, is Roxy wearing a bra? Well, obviously she would be wearing a bra, be like this. Like there's probably no boobs in the world that can hold this, be this perky without support. I have a little Adam's apple. Not as prominent as it used to be, because when I'm speaking and the way I like, it pushes my Adam's apple upwards. Um, yeah, it's not as prominent, but I'm also not as skinny where I need to worry about it. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, this went from drawing my dead name self to what they would look like now to a very realistic version of me drawing myself as a furry. um, Something to replace that version of myself. Like, I guess this isn't like replacing that very, very cartoony version that played its part, played its role in a story. It's more, this is more specifically if I want to draw myself having a memory, seeing friends, seeing furry friends. Um, yeah. And if it's a moment where I feel like I need it to be too very, very real and not very, very super duper where I'm as curvy as I wish I was, like my fursona. Yeah, I think this is okay. My most comfortable pants are mom jeans by Universal Thread. You can buy at the Target. Love mom jeans. I'd love to figure out other things, but I'm okay with shaving my legs. It's just a pain in the ass. During the winter, my legs are really, really itchy for some reason. So it's not a good look. So make sure to cover all that up. But I don't think any ladies shave their legs in the winter. All right, so this isn't too bad. The version of myself. Version of me. Doxing myself. Yeah, I'm not ready to start doing like face cam streams at any point without putting on makeup. I think I think I can do y'all a favor. And I'm not unattractive. I recognize that, but I look better when I put on makeup. Um if it was a day that I went to work, I would have had makeup on when sitting down to the computer after my shift. So that might be a future thing where I'll do a face cam thing. Because on my social media, I'll do a selfie every now and then. I don't feel like it's gonna hurt my brand, as it were, but I've been a very public figure for many years. Yeah. I don't want like my face to be a shock to people. I definitely like it a lot more than I used to. There was a time in my life when I'd be like, I can't look at that. That's wrong. It's just wrong. So I'm glad I got past that. That was an unfortunate time to do. To do the life thing. Wah 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 wah. Now I don't know how many of you guys there are. I don't. So I decided when I turned off the multi-streaming thing to just concentrate on Twitch for two reasons. One, so I could have more opportunities to listen to lots of different things with music. Two, I forgot. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Why when I stopped streaming, multi-streaming. Yeah, more music. I don't remember. I had a second thought there, but I don't remember what it is. Cool. I rarely do makeup on my lower. Okay, I should stop doing details and go right to inks. This is the trap I normally fall into. I put too much detail into my pencils, and then it becomes really tough to ink. I think I'm at the inking stage. Yeah. Yep. Meow 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 meow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't feel like this is a. Maybe if I was more fit. All right. Let me lower the opacity on this one, so when I'm doing an ink layer, easier. Any reason to draw on this lavender background? Well, here's one reason. How's that feel? How are your eyeballs? Is that good? It's not great for me. Ow. This feels like light is just bathing my face. I'm just like, ah. I guess I'm light sensitive. I don't know if I'm light sensitive from transitioning or just from living. But it's a little rough on the old peepers. A little rough on the old peepers. Don't want a flashbang. Yeah. Also, once my inks are up, it'll be, if I put colors up, then it'd be a little bit more nice to look at. But yeah, flashbang. Flashbang time. Yeah. Womp womp. Let me put that on there. That is the pencil layer. And then this will be the ink layer. Yeah. This is me. This is a version of me. Yeah. And for that one overzealous fan that's like, I can't, if you see Johnnykat, what happened to Johnnykat? Come on. Then your answer is pretty simply, oh, they're much happier now and they look femme. They look femme now. Because like I don't even think I can get away with not femme presenting somewhere. Put on a hat and go, "What's up? How you doing? Blah blah blah. I'm just here from my groceries." Blah 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 blah. I could do that. I don't think that would be great for me or anybody else, because everybody's just living their lives, You know, they don't need my entire life story just as I'm wiggling around trying to process life. I have kind of a tired, sad eye kind of look, but I think it helps my smile. I love putting on eyeliner. And I asked at my previous job, like, is this too much? And the answer I got was no, it's fine. Like, I don't want to look like I'm, you know, putting on too much makeup, like I'm about to go dancing or something, going to a rave. I have nice eyelashes. That's fun. After I do eyeliner and I put on mascara, I'm like, there I am. There I am. I'm okay with drawing an idealized version of myself, because I'm going to look in the mirror after this and go like, whoa, I wasn't even close. That's the thing. As an artist, you can only express yourself and your work in the art that you make that feels right to you. You can't go, well, this is what is expected of me. This is the only way I can now express myself. That, like, then you take away from yourself, because so much of your art is you expressing yourself. Like, you gotta be you. Your art is you. And then at some point, you might go like, well, I need to use my art to make a living and do art for other people. And that's great. That's success. That's something that I've really never known. But yeah, you can make art that is, it removes yourself from it, and then art that has yourself in it. If anybody has ever seen my art from the last time I did an art stream like 13 years ago, you'll see that there's art that has me in it, and my character in it. And then there's art of my character doing stuff that I don't like. And you can kind of see by how sincere my art looks. Like, how was I able to just sit down and do the job? Was I able to, right away, sir, do you want sprinkles on it? Do you want whipped cream? Right away, sir. There's that. You can see where I succeeded with, being a very transactional artist and getting the thing done. And then you can see other times where I did not, where I wasn't able to do it. I wasn't able to remove myself from the equation in a way that still made it look sincere. Now, Roxikat, don't forget the glasses. This will be the linchpin for this design. Once you got the glasses in there, it'll go, ah, I get it now. That'll look like me. I need the glasses. Don't see a lot of cats with cat eyes. Well, like, I don't draw myself with the slits of the eyes too often. Because that becomes an animal moment. It becomes like a very bestial kind of look. Like, all this work that I put towards getting you to see this character of mine as a human plus, a more stylized version of a human. I can remove that and just make myself look like a beast. Or remove myself and just look like a meme. Like, how much is left of the me when I do that? When I drew this character, I gave Johnnykat very stylized, kind of like hair in the front, because I'm always married to the very, very stylized anime hair of my characters. It's like, there's the realistic stuff that I'll draw, and then there's the, well, okay, that part isn't realistic at all. Meow, 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 meow. One of those animal traits that folks don't seem to favor, which is fine. Expressiveness of eyes is probably what goes a long way towards anthropomorphization. Yeah. Yeah. So if you have a cat, there's the bright sunlight will make their eyes go into slits. And then there's basically like sleeping and being cozy in a moonbeam, and they just love it. That's very, very fun. And other times their eyes go to slits when they're going to pounce. Their eyes focus in on a thing, and then they'll like electric go into like that. If anything, if I ever wanted to use that with my fursona, it would be moments like that. But most of the time, I just want to be a happy, cozy friend that you should not worry about. I see mouse friends in VR. I see small critters in VR, and they'll see me and they'll be like, "Oh, are you gonna pounce? Are you like the typical cat?" And my response is like, "Oh, I'm just a dumb old cat. I love everything. I'll just think that you're my child and just start licking your head." Blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's the kind of me that I'm comfortable being. the cozy, the overly cozy, happy, chubby, dumb mama cat that just adopts whoever's around. That's kind of like where I feel comfortable, I think. Because, like, then I'm no longer a threat. I don't want to be I'm a mlem. Mlem, 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 mlem. I don't want to be a threat. I just want to be happy. I want to vibe as a femme presenting character, as the quiet background, supportive, fun little character. These lines are very fat. Less. Your line's gonna lose some weight there, Roxikat. There we are. Now I'm trying to put the hair similar to Roxikat stuff because I did that with the old Johnnykat design, that like the hair was kind of similar. Yeah. This isn't just me drawing a closer to my real life face for no reason. This is a version of myself for memories. Because a lot of the stuff is that like stuff transition is like, well, I don't know the answer to this. I don't know the answer to that personal thing. But the answer is always like, well, what do I want as an artist? What makes sense to me? And a lot of stuff is like, well, that's very personal. I don't want to figure that out. That's, you know, by doing personal art, somebody runs into, well, that's very awkward and not comfortable. That's true. Thank you. I feel like this is me, very kind of close to me. I probably look older than this, but this is the me that's in my head right now, I guess. Now, if I flip this, I'm going to see this really like twisted up towards the right. And I'll go, oh, I didn't see that at all. My music stopped. It didn't stop. Okay. It's just slow. Yeah, fur covers everything up. I wish I knew that when I wanted to have my first fursuit. Back when I had inheritance I was living off of. I wish I was just like, oh, I should just look like all the other fursuiters and just use fur. But something in my head was like, no, must be smooth and cartoony, must be toon. So I must have spandex for my stuff. Well, spandex isn't like fur. Fur covers up all of the seams and things. I wish someone would go like, you know, you probably want to go with fur. And here's why. I would have gone like, you're a genius. Thank you. Thank you for talking to me. I'm very dumb and young. Yeah. Fortunately, I didn't have that. I had someone that was like, oh, well, sure, I can do that. Yeah. And I'll charge this much. Wow. I have the money now. Okay. And then 8 years later, I wound up with something that that she and her friend were able to help out with. Yeah, it was like, Yeah, everybody says that I killed Roxikat. Like, no, you didn't. It's just I'm just using the old one until we got this figured out. How does this work? Now I don't know where to put the hair. I guess I gotta put it here. Oh, I know. The side of the face shouldn't be that far out. Hello, Dragon Root 2. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. We're just doing some fun little silly willy. Fun little silly willy art. I'm drawing, I guess, myself. I couldn't get any commissions this week, so yeah, I couldn't figure out what kind of personal art that I could use for my promotional stuff to use. I instead was like, all right, let me try to figure out how I would look if I was a furry. Because I have a lot of artwork that was basically me and my memories of where I was with certain friends and certain moments and how I processed it as an artist. I'm like, I want to make a version of myself where I'm not like humongous, hanging out with people. It's like, well, all right, I remember being here in this moment, sitting in this chair, but like, what do these hips do? Were those hips there? How many chairs were you sitting on, Roxikat? I don't remember that being that way. So it's, I guess, a different version of myself. Now, with this version of myself, I was putting it in a story. Would this also have the name that I chose when I transitioned? My new legal name. Now, do I want to dox myself with it? Because my previous character had my name with just cat on the end. To be determined. Like, for story stuff, maybe this character came up with a different solution than what I did. For memory stuff, it's me. Yeah, as fun as being an actor is and stuff, for my personal work, for my personal characters and things, I don't think there's any version of me that is male that I'd want to be. To consider go like, yeah, that counts as one of my characters. Yeah. I think I'm pretty confident in saying that. I don't think that's too crazy. I like everybody to be different. I like everybody to look different. I love that. But for me, the version of me that I want to be and that I've been able to progress to become, like, I'm okay. I'm okay with this kind of thing. Eye is a little funky. Little funky. Just a little funky. From a distance is not so bad. So little funk. Yeah. And I don't value myself less because I don't have enormous wumbo jumbos. Because when I was fursuiting, I got myself two sets of breast forms. One that was larger than life, that I felt would look good while I was fursuiting, because for the fursuit head, my head was a lot bigger. So as an artist, I'm like, well, how big should boobs be in comparison to head? Are the boobs this size in comparison to the head, or that size in comparison to the head? I didn't know the reality of it. Like, how big should a person's chest be, depending on how fit they are, or what kind of life that they lead, their genetics, things like that. There's a lot of stuff of like, yeah, I'm not buff. I'm not buff anymore. I don't think my shoulder should even be that big. There. I used to be pretty buff. Pretty buff. Back in the day. Should I even show this? I don't even think I should show this, but why not? Copy image. All right. Ready for a face reveal of what I looked like before I transitioned? It's super awkward because I actually drew drew like fursona-ish details of this beforehand. It's not even the same level of blur. It's just like way too much detail here on what I added there. But yeah, I put like fur on this side there. Oh my God. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. That's pretty bad. Where the heck is the thing I was working on? It's around here somewhere. Where the heck was the picture I was just working on? Oh, I know what happened. Oh, that was this. We went over the comic story of this character to illustrate the mindset where I was at. Huh. I can't find my other picture. All right, let me close all these things. Maybe it's hidden beyond the bottom of the screen. It is. Okay. Close that. Close that. Close that. Do not save. Close. Do not save. Close. Do not save. Close. Do not save. All right. There it is. Jeez. All right, let me save this. I almost lost it. All right, save as. Good afternoon, DF Starfield. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we're just figuring out. I wanted to draw, I guess a slightly more RL version of myself to try to replace the dead name version of myself. Try to figure out why that old version of myself had value, but this one is more accurate to like, if I wanted to document any memories of me hanging out with people or something. Aw, thank you, Vishki. I was so enamored with how fit I was due to being on the P90X. And that feels like that picture was a lifetime ago. DF Starfield, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really appreciate it. For the resub, heckin' yeah. Oh, you did the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. That is so smart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Did you guys know that we're in September? Any of the streamers that you ever watch, are they not telling you about the September thing? That means thanks to Valorant, you get to have a discounted sub for only a couple more days of this month, and you can sub ahead for several months, and get that at a discount. For 3 months, you can get 25% off, and then for, I believe it's 6 months, it's 30% off. So if you feel like you'd want to be supporting me that long, you can get that much at a greater discount. And that is all due to Valorant. Thank you so much. And Valorant actually came by in here and got us some gift subs. That was fantabulous. That was awesome. It's nice to feel like you've been seen, you know? Because like, I believe all the Twitch creators right now are, things feel different due to the new Twitch engagement rules. I believe what it comes down to is like, you need to, I guess, say hi, I guess, when you're sitting in on a stream in order to support the streamer. That I believe if people don't do that, I believe that means if they don't like engage at least once, then I don't think it counts. Yeah, I earned, probably due to as things were going along and how I was progressing with other goals, I earned half as much this time around as I did the previous month. So that was not great. Wasn't great. Felt like that I wasn't doing as well as I thought I was. You like silently lurking in streams? But that's fine. See, the fact that you've interacted once, that's all that's needed. Oh my gosh. Theo, I got gnomed. Did you know? Did you gnome that? Did you gnome that would happen? I think I am chubbier than this, but what the heck? I don't know what it is. I just don't feel like drawing myself massively chubby to the degree of where I think I'm at right now. But this is this is not unrealistic how this character is shaped right here, because there's some chumbawumbo occurring here. Last Friday, I had one person in chat all night. Might be a Twitch thing. It might have been people were just busy at the same time. It happens. Yeah, I think everybody's hurting this month. Broke timber. Everybody calls it broke timber. I'm feeling it. I'm starting off with a retail job where I'm earning way less I did in my previous job. So, unfortunately, because I told them that I only want to do a part-time job. It's like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to go forward with this streaming thing? I'm like, I feel like I can do something with it. I feel like I can. I just have to believe. With any kind of artist, if they believe really hard, then it's possible. School in full swing, college students. Oh, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was hoping my demo isn't like younger folks, but I mean, I don't have these things in place that discourage people that are under 18 from being here. If it comes down to it, if I feel like that I need to do that kind of thing, because I ultimately, don't want people under 18 to be looking at my page. But then I thought about it, like, I don't have a ton of stuff on my page that is over 18. Since I've transitioned, I've been very kind of not very adult, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to find my voice as I'm coming along. But like, I'm just, that part of my personality just kind of just chilled out. So, as much as I want to hit a tag to go like, over 18 sexual themes, I'm like, do I do sexual themes? Is the fact that I've made my VTuber with boobs, is that an adult thing? But yeah, I don't intend to have kids in my stream. I don't want to make my content look like kids should be here. I have no interest in that. I'm also at the age where it's like, well, if you want to talk to kids at all, it's creepy. I don't want to talk to kids at all. It's basically like if a kid fell down in front of me and skinned their knee, if I knelt down to actually help them, to get them like a bandage or something, it's like, what am I doing? Like, I want to help this kid from crying and bleeding and stuff. It's like, oh, well, why do you want to do that? Well, obvious. I want to help this kid out. But like, why should that be a suspect move to want to help someone who's hurting? But I'm not a parent. I don't plan to ever be a parent. It's weird because I have neighbors that have young kids. And I hope for the life of me that as I'm walking outside my house to go get groceries, that I never have to run into them and say anything more than hi. Because I don't know what kind of parenting is happening where it's like, oh yeah, trans people exist. I don't think that has ever happened. I don't think it ever will happen. On a Monday when I went to career day, that's where I went out in public with makeup on. And I was going to meet with a bunch of people sitting behind little tables and things to talk about their various restaurants and businesses in an attempt to find more people. A career day, career fair kind of thing. I was like, you know, I was a little shaken when I parked my car and I went to this little machine to pay for my parking. This dad and their kid were walking by. And the kid is just like, being a happy kid and stuff. Um, the kid and mom, kid and dad are walking by, hand in hand. The kid breaks away from the dad and run towards me as I'm paying for my parking at full tilt, full tilt. Gets up, looks close, looks me in the eye, and goes, "Are you a girl?" Like, and then the dad catches up. It's like, "Oh, right, come on this way, come on." And like, I didn't look at the kid, I didn't react, I didn't do anything. I'm like, I'm just paying for my car. Don't look, don't look. That's me now. That's my life now. I'm like, don't make eye contact with anybody, because any kind of eye contact or any kind of talk could be a fight. It could be a fight at any turn. But that's just in my head. Like, I don't think everyone is out to get me. I think that's just in my head. But that's a little bit of my personality revealed. And we're going to ad break. We're already at another ad break. Can you guys believe it? Yeah, but this is coming along good. This is a cute little character. That's me. And yeah. So I'll see you guys after ad break. Sound good? Meow. 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 Welcome back, everybody. How you doing? You have any big weekend plans? Anybody have weekends off? I'm looking forward to having this weekend off. As a part of the way it'll normally go, my weekend being off from streaming will be the weekend I'll be working. So yeah, that's how that's eventually gonna go. But yeah, not much left to my previous story, but I'm just saying, like, if a kid runs up to me, I don't know what their parents said in terms of what trans people were. I don't know if it ever came up. I think nine times out of 10, they probably are hoping that the kid will never ask or never see a trans person ever. That hopefully trans people will disappear and go away. So that's what I think is going on. But every person is different. Every family is different. Every kid is different. What I don't want to do is contradict whatever the parents said to the kid of what a trans person is. The only thing is, like, trans people are currently a hot button and a very political thing to be one these days. Very, very political to exist. And I am not a political person. So I don't want to be involved in whatever kind of political machinations could be occurring with, trying to figure out what I'd say. Like, let's ask the trans person what this is, what that is, and let's brace like we're gonna get a big old political thing happening, like we assume is gonna happen. That ain't me. If anybody knows me, I'm a very, very quiet, very, very. If there's more than 3 people in a room, I'm quiet. Unless I'm in, like, a small little group of people, and then I have my own little comfortable moment. The last thing I want to do is try to tell a story to like 12 people. I don't think I have anything in my old tool belt to entertain that big of a crowd. My best friend can do that, and it's basically a nervous reaction that allows her to be able to do that. To just, like, command a room to tell stories at a furry convention and just, like, hold court and have 20 or 30 people just, like, listening raptly this fantastic, very confident voice. Yeah, like, that ain't me. I'm not even going to pretend that that's me. The only time that has ever occurred in my life is if I was reading from a script. Or, like, streaming. Either reading from a script on a community theater stage, or just streaming, because I'm comfortable here, because I can't see you. I can't see how many people are there. Busy weekend of overtime. Company is swamped with work. It doesn't want to hire. Yeah. That's the American condition. Unfortunately, that is, like, any kind of company, every company is like, how much can we get for as little as possible, and how much can we get away with without repercussions? That's everything. That's everywhere. That's every product, any possibility of any job anywhere. That is, what is the maximum we can get for the minimum we can offer without breaking rules, without, us getting thrown in jail. Yeah. There's, like, we started this company with an idea of bringing happiness to a community. No, you didn't. You did it to fill your pockets. That's that's where I live. I don't know what country that y'all that your message there says that you're from, but like I think we're both in the same country. Where that ain't a thing. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, I rarely want to show my arms. I wear a cardigan most of the time because a cardigan makes my hips look bigger. Just like, I wish I could wear a cardigan every day, all year. Because I want to hide my hips that aren't as large as my fursona's hips, which are enormous. Yeah, I'm glad I made my own VTuber and that I didn't have the money to be able to get another artist to interpret what I wanted. Because two things would happen. They would go like, oh, they can't possibly want the hips that big, and then draw something smaller than what I wanted. Or they'd go like, well, this artist definitely wants their hips to be impossible. So let me just design something impossible. And I'm so nice and quiet that I would probably go like, that's perfect. I'm so picky when it comes to these things that like I'm glad that I was able to choose myself. Probably because like my VTuber took me a month to make, and I was able to like really worry through all the details as much as possible and take as long as I felt like I needed in order to make my character the way I wanted. It's not perfect. There's a lot of seams that I don't try to point out. That if I ever make another VTuber, it will hopefully not fall into the same trap. That's not what I want to say. I want to say that it won't have the same. I'll at least see the same kind of troubles coming when I'm working with the design, and move along accordingly. Meow. I completely lost my voice. I lost the femme presenting voice that I feel like I should always have. But this is my natural voice. And I'm very comfortable talking like this, talking myself. This is me. I'm drawing myself. All right. Not bad. Not too crazy. I got 2 hours left, so wow. I won't color it. How close will this character be to trying to recreate me, the persona? This is basically I'm just drawing myself, but as presenting it as much as I can towards being my character. So this character probably would have dyed their hair. Every other time I've drawn this character, they have black hair. I have reddish hair from hair dye. And then little bits of gray coming in. A busy, yeah. Hello, Ichiko Tomogo. Thank you so much for that, Pat. I love a little bit of love. Who doesn't love a little bit of love every now and then? I ask you. I am lucky. I am lucky that I made a VTuber that somebody would want to head pet. That's, yeah. I tell my friends that like I do this whole thing. I do the whole streaming thing. I do art. I do everything in order to get head pets. To just get a little bit of love, a little bit of attention. That's all I want. Yeah, I'm not looking for craziness. Yeah. Now. All right. Yeah, that looks like me. A little bit of confidence. A little bit of eye makeup. Yeah, a little bit of eye makeup goes a long way with me. So hell yeah. So the character probably has hair, maybe reddish, not fully my color of just like cartoon magenta. Roxy, who's that bitch? Blah, 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 blah. I just put my hands up over my head as if you would see that. I forgot. I didn't draw hands coming to life on this thing. There's really fantastic VTubers out there, like Whiskey Dingo, who has a thing that if he lifts his hands up, the hands on the model will instantly be replaced with a CG a 3D version of their hands. Fantastic, awesome. Andre Maraf overdid himself by making that model. I love it. I love it. I feel like a VTuber of that quality is probably worth a house or a car. with what probably went into it, the amount of work, the bells and whistles available to that model. It's amazing. It's amazing. I love it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I'm stalling. I'm going to start doing colors. Base colors. Now what colors are this character? This character's fur was like very, very boring because it just looked like my skin, but fuzzy. So I don't know if I want to do that. Let me see if I could find color reference. Do I have anything of the sort? Let's see. What am I looking at? All right, Google Photos. Yeah. Not a lot. Not a lot of pictures of this character. Like a tan, a light tan. And the hair was brown. Chestnut brown. All right, yeah. Boring colors. Okay, let's try that. Let's try. Meow, 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 meow. Nah. So it's funny. When I was in high school, I decided for Halloween one year that I would paint myself up like my fursona. And this was before I ever thought of or drew Roxikat. But what did that look like? What the heck? New lore. Yeah. Before I came up with Roxikat, I had versions of a femme presenting character named Kel. And Kel was based on my friend Tony's story of going to Disney World and then like hanging out in a hotel and just happening to meet like, this is yellow. I don't want yellow. What am I doing? Is it only yellow because I have that as a background? It is. Okay. Never mind. Continue. Yeah. So my friend went to Disney World, and then at the hotel, there was a family that had like a cool punkish girl or something that was cool. I think the name was Kel. We're not sure. It's like very, very cool. And then Tony went home, and then that was it. And I'm like, wow, a girl that's cool. Wow, what a great idea. I didn't know girls could be cool. So I came up with Kel as the band leader of these cat people. Basically, she was on the lead guitar, and she had a little swath of pink dyed into her brown hair. She had a little frosted pink in the front, because she's a punk. Punk was cool. This was the 80s, so I had no idea what punk was or what cool was. But yeah, so Kel. And in that band of characters, there was Kel on the guitar. There was Tony, named after my friend Tony, who was also a cat person, but he was like a big, buff, enormous lion kind of a dude. He had a bass guitar. He was huge. Tony Valentine, I called him, because it was different last name. Yeah. And then the drummer was Johnnykat. Was the first version of the Johnnykat that we saw there. But this was the jokester wild card. Very, very goofy. Always saying the goofball stuff. If y'all are in the know of the Cadillac Cats from back in the day, back in the 80s Heathcliff cartoon, there was they were all kind of looking like they were part of that kind of group of junkyard cats. There was Cleo, which was kind of looking like the Kel character, Kelly Cat, as it were. There was Mungo, the tough muscle character that I made into the buff version of Tony, Tony Cat. And then there was Wordsworth, the happy-go-lucky, goofy side character that always spoke in rhymes. Had a Walkman and skates on. That became the first look for Johnnykat. So yeah, I was just ripping stuff off as a kid. But yeah, the wisecracking side character was Johnnykat. Yeah, Roxikat was like a combination of all those characters later on. But yeah, Johnnykat was, his old version was, his outfit was blue and red. Kind of like how I have like blue cuffs, because you see my shirt in front and you see the jacket in the back. Their outfits was the outfits of the Surf Cats. That was the name of their band, the Surf Cats, because Ocean Pacific and surfers were cool back in the 80s. I had never surfed. I never will surf. But I thought surfing was cool. So all these rockers had surfboards. And I even like sculpted them out of clay. I thought that like the idea of these Surf Cats were so cool. I thought they were great. And then SWAT Cats came out. K for cats. I'm like, SWAT surf? They took my idea. If you're an artist, get used to that idea, that if you come up with something, somebody else will have had the same inspirations and then have had the budget and the money to go forward and make a thing. Make a thing as fast as you can, because somebody else will come up with something similar a minute or two before or after your thing. So that'll always happen. So don't worry about it. Yeah. So yeah, this these characters all had their own thing. Like Kel had green and purple, I think, and the little swath of pink in her hair. Like she wore a green top. Johnnykat had like a red top and like a blue short sleeve shirt underneath. Tony had an orange top and like light blue cuffs. And then later on, as I was drawing like a comic, they had like side characters for like other kind of like bass singers or something like that. There was an Eddie and a Karen, and they were kind of their own thing. Karen turned into a huge monster, which was great. I love big girl. Big monster girl. All right, good. Good job. Good job, Roxikat. All right, so how close to my hair color is this hair? It should be pretty close to my hair color, but maybe slightly more reddish, orange. Like as close as they could get. Maybe some gray. Big girl. Yeah, like I made a version of the Surf Cats characters as a little X-Men comic a year or two later called Kel and the Pack. And it was fun. We had everybody had their own thing. They worked for NASA, I think. And they were sent up to a space station where they had some kind of like terrorist thing was there. The terrorist was like, they were controlling some kind of like animal based transformation of cat people or something. But our main characters could just like transform into their cat people selves. And their shoulders got really fuzzy for some reason. Yeah. In high school, I made a big cardboard cutout standout that had that kind of look of the very, very fuzzy charactered, fuzzy shouldered cat girl thing. It had a little cardboard tab that would like flip upward in the back part of the cardboard cutout, and it turned the eyes into cat's eyes, and then like the ears would come up over the hair. So it's like she powers up by turning into a werewolfy cat thing. Loved it. All right, this hair color should be a little different. I'm not vibing with it. I'm not vibing with it. How off is it? It's funny because like the background color is making all the foreground colors look different. I think I want to take each and every one of these colors and mess with them. I should do them all on their own layers, honestly. So I can manipulate each of them separately. All right. I want this color to be redder. What do I want to do this weekend? Well, Sunday will start off my new job. I'll have to get up 6:30 in the morning to be able to do it. My next two shifts are not until I believe Thursday. I'm not sure if I have a shift on Thursday, but it might be Saturday and Sunday of the next week. So I got to get myself in the mode of that. This is yellow fur. That doesn't look good. I want this color to be more peachish. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah. What was I doing? I was playing Warframe on my day off. I was also on my friend's VR chat stream. Because, like, I feel like I am growing as a streamer. I feel like that has been pretty good. But, like, I don't want to forget that I've come a long way and I'm doing really well. But I can't support myself on this. And I probably can't support myself on this for like a year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. As long as I keep trying to do different things and growing and making new things and stuff. I think when I played Mega Bonk on Wednesday, that brought a lot of people in. I got a lot of raiders. I think I did pretty well. Yeah. I think that was great. I think I should do more of that stuff. Let's see, tonal correction. Let's do that. So, I'm a little colorblind. Did y'all know that? Only to the degree of the difference between blue and green. Blue and green. Sometimes I can't tell what's blue and what's green. If the colors are very, very close, I can't really tell. Saturation. How about unsaturated? Okay. I don't think I got this right at all. All right. Let's adjust them individually until I'm happy. Hold on, you said until you're happy. Is that going to be a thing? Oops. You caught me. Being happy is relative. All right, so that's okay. So the idea with the color of the fur is that it's very close to my skin. The original idea for this character is that it was just a gray. But I have so much art where it's like kind of brownish, light tan. All right. That looks a little better. That looks a little bit more like what I want. So I got to make sure to do this so I can see all the parts that I missed with the colors. Because I definitely missed some. My friend Freckles can color stuff so fast because he's got a whole system setup. Color outside the lines, and then select outside the lines later and remove them. All right. I don't hate the hair color, but I want to adjust it a little bit more. Because Roxi's hair is kind of a purplish color. Like this hair color here is slightly closer to my real life color. But it should be darker. All right. Meow. All right. Edit. Tonal correction. Hue. I want it to be redder. All right. I should have done the eyebrows. I put on a little eyebrows. I put on a little eyebrow color when I put on my makeup because they're very, very thin otherwise. They got thinner as I got older. My eyebrows aren't gray, but I definitely want them to be seen. La 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 la. La la la. La 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 la. I want darker. When I'm doing a character creator thing, I'm always like, all right, I'm gonna make the eyebrows black or as dark as I can for it to look realistic. And I remember when I was having my makeup talk with someone like at my old job, they were like, "Are you sure you want to make your eyebrows really dark?" I'm like, I don't know. I like it when gals have big eyebrows or strong eyebrows. There was one salesperson at the time that had just insane eyebrows, just painted down to like from here to like way down here, just angry. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, this feels like what I'm trying to draw. Very, very dark color. So this isn't too different from this character's normal hair color. So what should I do to change it up? Maybe some gray? Like I have like a little bit of gray is finally coming in because I can't afford to get it colored. So I have like a little gray on in the temples. I got a little gray coming up here a little bit. But the hair down here still dyed. So maybe I'll put in a little bit of that kind of juice. Love it. Cool. I'm happy with that. Save. Yeah. Okay. Now that I'm actually putting some color down on it, this feels like a worthy thing. This is me expressing myself, but also looking furry. Got it. So this character should also have some freckles and the lighter fur around the nose, like myself. Because that's how I'm expressing my gray muzzleness. Yeah. Yeah, this character didn't have that before. But then my Roxy didn't have that before. Yeah. Hydrate? I'll do that. Thank you. For you, anything. For you, anything. Bishki, thank you so much for popping on and interacting with me. I wish, I mean, with the drawing thing, I can't interact too much with a ton of people. But I'm glad I get to talk with somebody. Because I don't know if I have one viewer or 12 or 22. I'm guessing it might be like 12. But I don't know. I check my analytics later. I really should look at it more to see what streaming things that I did this week actually did well or not. So much of it is like not the thing, but it's when I did it. So it's tough to be sure exactly what's hitting. All right. Okay. 9,000 viewers. Ah! Not likely. Not likely. Maybe in like 3 years or so, people will give a crap about my musings and silliness. But if I'm not playing like some hot new game, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Anybody watching Silent Hill F? I've seen a bunch of my friends playing that one. I have not been one to do Silent Hill myself. So I don't know why I brought that up. Good one. But yeah, I believe when I did Megabonk this week, my friend got me that game. I feel like that was the first time that I've actually done a game that was new, that I got some people curious about how it looked because it was a new thing. That was my first time in months that I've ever had that. So that's interesting. Meow, meow. All right, so if I make the fur lighter there, then I'll look like a cat. It just looks like a weird human at this point. But if I make this lighter, then people go, ah, I see. It's a cat. See, now it looks like a lion. Are you lion? Lion. Lion. Pants on fire. You never played a Silent Hill? That's fine. Yeah, I have some interest in it. I have watched my old roommate play the hell out of it. They were on a kick of playing the whole thing. They did 1, 2, 3, and 4, and at the time 4 I think was the last one. Called The Room, not to be confused with the movie The Room, which hadn't come out yet. Oh, hi, Mark. Pits are showing. I always shave my pits. Woman. Love it. Give me some freckles. Hey, it's me. As the freckles. Yeah. Yeah. If you ever run into me at a con, you'll look at this and go, oh, yeah. I see it. But as of right now, it doesn't look like anything. It doesn't really look like Johnnykat. It doesn't really look like Roxikat. La 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 la. Now I'm just selecting in areas because I'm being lazy with my coloring. Lazy. I'm a little sore because of my chair, to be honest. So what else did I do? I played Warframe. On my own, I was able to get Atlas. I threw that in the Foundry. I got Site -9, and I put that in the Foundry. I have all of Baruch now, and that's in the Foundry. That was pretty time consuming to get all those things. I saw that Nova Prime is available to get via Varzia's Aya. I can't afford. I don't have any. I can't afford $20 to buy a Prime. I have all the parts except for one, so I'm okay with just using regular Aya to purchase the relics to possibly get the missing part for Nova Prime. Silent Hill 2 is a classic. Yeah, I played Silent Hill 2. I loved that back in the day. I didn't watch all of the remake of it, but I felt they were doing a good job with that. I'm living in a day where they're remaking the games of my childhood, just like they remade the movies of my childhood. So that's pretty neat that kind of stuff is happening. Um, I always think that creators should make new things, but I also don't know about the new things, and I'm scared of the new. So I might not look it up. Yeah, this character's always been very. Let me look at the skin color. Yeah. All these remakes these days, it is wild. It really is. Yeah. Because, like, it's trying to grab at your nostalgia from your growing up days. Uh, Metal Gear Solid 3. Yeah, I'm watching my friends play that one. I played the heck out of Snake Eater back in the day. Well, say I beat it once. I didn't feel the need to do it again or try it with different things or stuff like that. I was enamored with the story at the time. Um, yeah, the bosses are wacky in that, but it's Kojima, so they're pretty wacky. Is a wacky. But I don't think Kojima has anything to do with the remake. It's not a Kojima project. Yeah, it's not additional weirdness that seems awkward and strange out of nowhere. It must have this. Why? I won't tell you. Okay, well, we'll put it in, I guess. Ha 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 ha. You put in the thing that means a lot to me. Yeah. Does it mean anything? I'll never tell. All right. Like, I don't know how great a game studio relationship that is. I play Death Stranding 2 every night, so I'm getting my fix. Yeah. I haven't watched a playthrough. I watched a playthrough of Death Stranding 1, but since those days, I've fallen out of watching, falling out of finding the time for watching a bunch of playthroughs of things. Because I'm very interested in the storyline of games. And I don't have the time anymore. And I remember back when I did. I miss having time for things. But it's also good that I'm very careful with the time I have left for things. Other times I'm like, hiding from the light and wasting my time. Which is why I am where I am. And I'm not better. I'm not further along. Because I fall into just sitting and vegging out. All right. So what would this character wear? I almost gave it a red shirt. But I can't wear red anymore. I wear it at work now. So maybe it's a blue shirt. That's the thing. Solid colors. There's no real solid colors anymore. Everything is very muted, pale. Delios. Should I wear yellow? I don't know. I'd probably want to wear something dark. Paint. This is a kind of a gross color. Maybe not this color. Would I wear this? Maybe closer to white? Nah. All I'm thinking is that photo. Am I just recreating this photo? I don't know what I'm doing. How about this? I don't know. There. That's better. Oh, I know. I'll do purple. I do have a like a purplish kind of top. There was a hand-me-down donation that I got. Yeah, but it's got like a weave. It's got like a cool design in the front that would take me too long to do. Yeah, I'll probably put like some kind of whitish design. La 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 la. We got an hour left. Highlight of the stream today. I was able to get into a mode where I felt like I was making art. If you saw my mouth be open while I was working, that meant I was in it. I was in that little jam of making progress. Yeah, this color is good because it's basically like almost the Roxi pink color. This is a character that wishes they looked like Roxikat. Yeah, like I eventually wanted to do that old comic where I had this tortured artist basically be okay with being Roxikat and then merging into this kind of shape. And I never did it. I instead lived it. There was never a really satisfying conclusion to that comic I did in the Apazine. Except I did one last page that I did in all the printed versions of it. And in some versions of it where it's like basically some sort of conclusion where I would feel satisfying at the end. Ad break is coming, everybody. Ad break. What do we like to do on the ad break? We like to take a break. We like to get water, get a snack, get a stretch, all that goodness. That's what we like. That's how we do our ad breaks in the cool kids' house. What? That's right. I've been a nerd my whole life. Now I get to be the cool kid. This is what cool kids say. What? Roxy, what are you saying? I don't know. I am just filling up time until the ad break happens in a minute. La 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 la. Ow. Now my thumb's starting to hurt. I know that art has happened if my thumb hurts. All right, let's take a break for art, art. We're gonna take a break for ad break, ad break. All right, I hit the ad break button and I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Yeah. Welcome, welcome back, everybody. I forgot how to say welcome. That's pretty fun. That's pretty cool. All right. Does this look like this could be the same person? Not really. Not really. So I probably didn't really get as much of this kind of face into this as I needed to. I made this more looking like me in the RL. Me in the RL. We be hanging out in the RL. Yeah, thank you, Vishki. Because I felt like I had something, you know? As I'm kind of figuring out what to do for a stream. Next time I'll probably just play a game and just chill out. So I'm certainly going to play a game after. bet your biddy. Maybe I'll play some more Mega Bonk. Ears and nose do look different. Yeah. 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 So I guess this is just a different version. This is Roxi, a little bit closer to the RL. All right. The jeans. Jeans. What kind of jeans you got there? Mom jeans. That's what I got. I got the mom jeans. Mom jeans. Bangarang. This music got very bangarang all of a sudden. What do they call that kind of music? A lot of electronica. The only way to dance to it is to like fall down and get up and fall down again. Music to art too. Hey, yonder. Yeah, I'm not turning it off. I mean, I'm kind of feeling it. Oh, I have it too loud. That's why. There it is. I turn it up a little bit when I'm going on break. So I'm like, what's happening? I'm deep in it. I forgot that. Oh, it's actually I'm in it too deep because it's too loud. Ah. Hello. Oh, my emotes. You know, my art day used to be just for making emotes. Um, sorry I haven't made more emotes. I'm just like, I ran out of gas when it comes to like making emotes and things. I want to bring value um, to supporting me and all that. These pants are way too bright now that I see this color. So I will adjust this. Desaturate. Hue, luminosity. No, that's just green. Is that green? I need a sing emote. I do need a sing emote. I didn't think I was gonna get a chance to sing in VR again. I mean, on my stream again. But seems okay. The cops didn't haul me away, so that's good. This is very green. I don't think I want it as green. Tonal correction. Hue. Let's change the hue. Be more blue. What kind of blue should your pants be? Blue, pink and blue. I mean, it's me, so yeah. Is that blue? Is that bluish green? Can't tell. Kind of an olive. Is that olive? Maybe more blue. It's hard. It's hard when you're a little colorblind. Because, like, my character is like, well, that's blue. That's yellow. That's purple. Red. But, like, everything else about, like, wearing clothes in real life, especially femme presenting, it's always, like, very, very muted kind of colors. Blue. All right. And that's should be light bluish. It looks a little green. Excuse me. Okay, that's blue. That's blue. That's blue. I think it's blue. Feels blue. I think it's blue. We'll go with that for now until I get tired of it, and then I'll change it. Because it looks a little blue-green to my eyes. That is blue? Okay. Kind of blue, but like the purple background is messing with me. Now that looks blue. Now it looks blue-green. I don't know why that happens. That's what my eyeballs see. My eyeballs see strange things with my special vision, my special eyes, my brain. Yeah, optical illusions. Yeah. We made an optical illusion, everybody. With, yeah, with colors. Yep. Colors, colors, colors. Yeah, if any question comes up about, like, my color choices, it's like, ooh, is that really a thing? Like, I could be smart and actually go on a color wheel and go complementary colors, something like that, or just to find the right ones. But I'm never quite right because I've never really been able to afford to get, like, oh, here's this in the store. It's not perfect, but it's okay. I think that's everybody. Yeah. Like, what's in the store? What can you get from the store? Is it like the exact color you might want? Probably not. All right. Let me see what I can cut. Oops. That wasn't it. Hey, that little trick. Oops, I forgot this one. Hey, bada bing, buzzinga. I took that whole area out there. I was able to select the outside of the lines on the ink layer, and then went back to the color layer and Control X delete, Control X cut. Professionale. I didn't do the colors of the eyes. Professionale. My eyes. Without actually seeing myself, I'm going to guess what my eye color is. Now, I made the whites of my eyes kind of bluish to just be kind of an awkwardy kind of thing, a non-human look. There we are. All right. And then the nose will be a darker color. All right. That color and then darker. Eyeshadow. Maybe eyeshadow. Should we do makeup? I should do makeup. If I did the eyeshadow and then I mean the eyeliner, maybe I'd do a little eyeshadow. Well, that's just fancy schmancy. If I go too dark on eye makeup and stuff, it looks like I'm about to go to the club. Got to go to the club where we all fam. Yeah, probably something a little more muted, maybe. There. That's more. That's a little closer to the experience of me in the real life. Yeah. So I'd also, if we're doing makeup, a little makeup tutorial. I usually darken the sides of my nose. If we're doing that, I want to do light and shadow first, and then I'll put on more detailed makeup. Maybe a little. Yeah, a little lighter color in the center of the eyelid that makes it look glossy. That's fancy. I have that on my VTuber as well. That's like, hey, this character, it's 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 someone trying to be Roxi, but secretly is Roxi. Yeah, I think I was able to build enough of a thing to go like, oh, this is meta. You've made a meta drawing. Congratulations, Roxikat. Very, very meta. Meta, meta, meta. All right, I'm going to do some different colors of hair. Still, it's a secret Roxy. Anyone could be a secret Roxikat. No, no, just me. I had this one roleplay partner that's like, well, I eventually become just like you. And then we're just blathering at each other in the same cadence. And it's like, is this fun? Are you enjoying this? I'm not enjoying this. Ah, that's what it is. The roots. Gray roots. That's the Roxy experience. Gray roots. I don't think I'm grayer than this. I think this is as gray as I am now. Eventually my design is going to be just like, wow, hey grandma, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Living the dream, as it were. Hopefully by then I'm retired. Living on the 401k or something. I want to be a cool grandma. I'm like, hey, I was hanging out with Grandma Roxy in the VR the other day. Oh, wow. There's some wild stuff that happened. What? You had to be there, my dude. Had to be there. Playing Warframe. Yep, I'm finally master rank, legendary level 4. I finally caught up to all my friends. Oh, they're all dead now. Oh well. It's embarrassing. Well, I guess I'll just sit down here and admire my beautiful Warframe. Yes. Warframe goodness. And she framed war until the end of her days. The end. How'd you like that story, kiddo? It sucked. All right, I'll just read it over again. No, please don't. There once was a cat. Meow. All right, that's me. I'm good with that being me. Yeah. Maybe some darker color too. probably should put some dyed hair, some hair that's dyed even further. Uh, as we get towards the tips. I remember for the longest time I didn't want to cut my hair because it was the first time I had dyed my hair, and it's like there was some really uh bright red hair at my root at the tips of my hair, and it was just gray hair at my roots. I'm like, no, no, there's the color of my freedom out here. It looked bad. So I'm glad I finally got that taken care of. Mm-hmm. Bow, bow, ba-da, bow. There once was a streamer. It was as old as my parents. Had a voice like a cartoon character. Hi, everybody. Nobody believed it. It was the worst. Don't forget the glasses. Visky. I'm like, something's missing. Something's missing. All right. All right. All right. I got you, boo. I got you, boo. I'll put this on. I'll see the glasses and go, hey, that's me. Hey. Hey, yo. All right. How do I make my glasses happen? All right, I'm going to take my glasses off and look at them. Secret tech. Now I can't see shit. Fuck. How do I do that? All right. That's too high tech. All right, let's figure out how to draw my glasses. My glasses. I draw myself. I was just hanging out on the stream and drawing myself. Having a good old stram. Yeah. All right, cool. I could do this. I could do this 9 times. All right. And it's dark on the top, and it's kind of a brass color on the bottom. Okay. All right. Wah, 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 wah. Too thick. Too thick. That's all right. I think that's okay. Yellowish. All right. Well, all right. Around. Now I should actually look at myself. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really look like me. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm way older than this. But I think probably everybody has a version of themselves in their head that's way different than reality. All right. I can figure this out. I can figure this out. Yes. That's the trick. I took a cell phone picture of it and I'm looking at that now. Me without makeup on is not my favorite look. All right. So I drew my eyes bigger than they are in real life. So I need to make my glasses bigger. Because I was always about having little awkward pictures every now and then that it's like, well, this is a kind of realistic version of this person, and this is them as their persona, and then this is a kind of realistic, kind of close to their real life version of themselves as their persona. Yeah, it's already looking a lot more like the me in my mind than before. I do the dark part of the top of the lenses. It'll go like, that's me. Keep waiting for that moment where it's like, yeah, it's me. And I'm looking at this. I'm looking at my photo. I'm like, that's not even close. I'm mad that I'm not 100% accurate, but I think this is more like the journey of this character than the RL of me. I like the idea that this character was like, I won't be defeated by Superman. I instead will transition and then go, oh, I get it. That's what I needed to do. The glasses make the character look older, but like I'm as old as fuck, so I'll take it. It's funny. Like I tell people my age and they're like, "What? Wow." Like, really? Yeah. Now what? Do I stop being a furry? Do I stop being an artist? Do I stop doing this, doing that? Guess not. keep on rolling, I guess. That looks like me. Stay weird. Yes. All right. What else about my eyeglasses is reflections. All right. We should see some reflections and stuff. Very, very slight. That's me. That's where I think the Johnnykat character went. This is the happy ending of that character dealio. They figured it out. They figured it out. Doot doot. They figured it out. Doot doot. They were trans the whole time. Trans the whole time and figured it out. Boop boop. They figured it out. Boop boop. Glasses. Doctor, I can't see nothing without my glasses. Have you tried your glasses? Yeah, but like they're just there. I suppose we'll have to figure it out with the glasses. They became a cute snooter. Ah. Hee. This eye is funny. I gotta figure it out. I think I gotta squish the pupil in a little bit. That'll probably make it a little bit more, make more sense. Glaze. Glazes. If there's a square highlight in the glasses, that means they're looking at a computer screen. I had a fun time trying to do the art today. I'm super lucky I didn't show you the pages that had adult work on it. Hooray! Because I like streaming and not getting in trouble. Yeah. It's good. I'm a cat. Meow. 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 Meow wow. Meow wow. Hello, furries love collars. Well, my character is wearing a collar, but this character on the screen isn't wearing a collar. I don't think this character wears a collar normally. I believe this is kind of that. Why is my character wearing a collar? What could that mean? I thought it looked cool. I thought it looked kind of like cool, kind of badass. No. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's not specifically like that. Like, oh, I have an owner or something. I just like the look. I think I don't as much as I want to say is it looks kind of punk and kind of cool and stuff. I'm I'm as old as people's parents. Like I don't want to assume I know what cool is or punk is. Thank you. Fish. Yeah. No fishing today. Should we do what should we do next week? Let's figure out what we do next week. Uh, yeah. So here's how this week's streams went. On Monday, we did a VR chat stream. And not only was it like a vibe in VR chat, but I also tried to do singing. We had a fun little vibe trying to figure out singing. Bishki helped me out with my timing a little bit. And I think by the end of it, it seemed a little jingle jangle, little jangle jangle. Yeah, my character has a little jingle jangle on there. Eventually, it would be fun to have a little tech where there would be a little bit of jingle as I move my head. But it would be really annoying over time if anybody's like listening to my stream while they're working on other things. Like, oh, freaking bell is pissing me off, and it would piss me off too. So you just have to assume that there's a little jingle jangle every now and then. Jing jing jing, wah wah wah. If you see my boobs doing a big wobble wobble, probably my bell is doing a little jingle jangle. You just have to pretend. Roxi's tail. Oh, I forgot the tail. Oh my gosh. See, you can tell I'm lost in the sauce with drawing an RL character because I forgot the freaking tail. I forgot the angel wings. What? No. No angel wings here. Wah 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 wah. Let's see. One of the things with drawing the old version of this character, Johnnykat, was that I drew like the tail all like bent and wily and something's going on with that thing. But I don't care about that. I think I just want to draw a tail. Yeah. Maybe not with white. How about that? Let's try black. But thank you for Fishki. I really appreciate that for remembering the tail. Now, my character wouldn't have a very impressive tail, just a little thing. Yeah. When I'm on other people's streams, and you see my tail, it's huge. Because for some reason, when I hit the button to give myself a thin tail, it doesn't actually do it on the model that they see. They only on the version that I see. So if you see me on somebody's stream with a huge tail, that's what's going on. That I intended it to be smaller, but it ain't. So if I'm sitting and vibing with somebody and the tail is just basically filling up the entire screen, huge camera, I gotta figure that out. Why that an upload would have the local version of an avatar one way and then the everyone else version of it another way. ponderous, effin' ponderous. Now, I didn't really do any shadowing work on this one. Because I didn't have time. That's the long and the short of it. So, I think we solved our conundrum a little bit. What was the conundrum? It was basically, how do I draw my old deadname Sona? Like the character that I represented as myself, that I thought it would be fun to then take that character and make them the antagonist of another romantic story that I was doing in comics. I thought it would be fun to do that. A friend of mine, Ken Sample, was like, "Why do you got to make yourself the bad guy?" And I thought, well, why wouldn't I? Because I need the story to go somewhere. I need the protagonist to have survived something. Because otherwise, it's boring. We need someone to do a bad thing to make someone be able to overcome it and do a good thing. So I had to make myself the bad person because I didn't feel like I could make anybody else that. Fun. If anyone's ever been a DM, Dungeon Master for their D&D friends, you gotta torture your characters in order to make them rise above it and feel like they've done something, they've accomplished something, they've defeated the bad guy. Well, why is it good to defeat the bad guy? You don't even know the bad guy. They did something bad. Ah, there we go. Revenge. Hello, Roxi. Thank you so much for following me. I really appreciate it. Yeah. We explored this character, my deadname Sona, which I used in the past. I used that character to document where I was, what I was doing, hanging out with my friends and stuff. And so I have lots of cool, moments in my history where I was like, that's where I was, that's how I was feeling, I was with my friend, and my friend is their fursona. And we make a version of my fursona that looked a little bit more like how I looked in real life before I transitioned. And it's like, why don't I make a version of myself that looks a little bit more like how I look in real life after my transition? So yeah, that's gonna be the version of myself I look at when I decide to draw that stuff. You can only tell that it's Roxikat from the freckles and the hair design. Meow. So, we did it, everybody. Thank you, Sensei. Oh my gosh. So here we are. Let's go to our talking screen. Ciao. Hello. I think we had a fun, fantastic week. I had a great time streaming and showing you guys new fun things. Next week, what do I do? When do I do it? Probably the same kind of hours. Um, Basically, what does my schedule look like? Let's look at what my schedule this week was. This week was this. It was Monday. I decided to do my VR chat thing. Then my Stardew Valley collab, and then my Warframe Wednesday one. So next Wednesday, I'm actually going to be doing a Warframe Wednesday with Beep Kitty and her friends. I want to try to do. I saw that other friends were doing a Warframe Wednesday stream. Yeah, because I had to. Because I wasn't able to do a Warframe Wednesday stream with my friends, the Swell Patrol this week. I'm like, well, I have to make plans. I want to keep doing the Warframe stuff. So I'm going to do that with other folks. And hopefully the following week I can come back to the Swell Patrol. But yeah, we'll play it as it goes. Is it okay to say I would give Between the Eyes snoot scritches? Thank you. I would enjoy. This will be good. Yeah. I mean, like, you can put glasses and clothes on your pet. But like, I still want to be the type of fursona that loves that. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do artwork again next Friday. And then we'll take the days off from there. On the in-between days, I'm going to be working at my my new part-time job, making a terribly small amount of money. But at least I'll be bringing in something. It won't be zero. It won't be, red alert at every moment of the day. And hopefully I can get groceries and not worry about spending money. Yeah. But that's how we're at. Meow, meow, meow. The one cat loves that, the other one, she acts like you're trying to tear her whiskers out. Yeah. Yeah, I remember having a cat that just loved, you just reach out between the eyes and give a little shuka shuka shuka, and they're like, ah, yeah. It's good. I enjoy. Let's see. Who is streaming right now? I want to give them, to bring you fabulous viewers to someone else. And I'll take the rest of the night off. What will I do tonight? I'll give you a hint. I'm probably gonna be hanging out in the VR chat at Unname's party. So let's do this. This will be my first time doing this. So I have never got a chance to raid Morning Chai. I don't know how many of you there are, but I'm very excited with the idea that I brought people watching my art stuff to watch Chai's art. I hope I'm finally there. I don't know how good I am, but we'll see. Heck yeah. 15, 21? Hey, that's great. Oh, heckin' yeah, I made it. Thanks so much, everybody. Yeah. Big money, big prizes. I love it. All right. See you guys next Monday for some VR. Heckin' yeah. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I better hit the ending credits. Let's see how fast it runs. 21 is great for me. Thank you so much. I'm very, very lucky to have so many of you here. Let's give Chai a big ol' hello when we pop on in. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. See you Monday.